So this is one of the things I like about tarot is that it covers the emotional gamut and it shows people and validates their emotions because so many people have said to me over the years, is this silly? But and then they'll tell me how they feel, and no, it's not silly. It's silly, by the way, is a very misunderstood word. It means empty. It means empty. Well, one of the few places where you'll hear it used correctly and nobody notices it is in the movie North by Northwest when the woman is holding a gun on Cary Grant and he suddenly realizes that there's no bullets in it. And he refers to it as that silly gun. And whoever put that in there was rather arch. But that's what it means. It means empty. And you're not going to have empty feelings. You have these feelings for a moment, and they hit you, and they're there for a purpose. So please don't disregard them, but see if you can take command over them. And that's what things like Unmasking Fear, that book, that's what they're about. That's books like that are about. Let's see. Melissa in Batesville, Arkansas is next. Hi, Melissa. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. One of the nicest people I ever met was from Arkansas, and we had a wonderful conversation a couple of times. I said, well, because I accidentally mentioned something to him which was sort of offensive, but I'm a New Yorker, right? So I have no feelings about these things. Now, are you native to the South?
Yes.
Okay, well then I'll tell you this because this shocks people. I went to PS 87 here, the elementary school, where I always loved that place because I learned how to read there, and that my whole future opened up because of reading. The name of the school is the William Tecumseh Sherman School. Now you can, I don't have to explain to you why that upsets some people, right? That's. So I told him that, look, there was a lot of hysteria here in New York around the time of the War of Northern Aggression. And he just said, bless you for putting it that way. And it was, so I think I earned my way back, I think I did.
The well-known Southern thing of bless your heart.
Yes, but usually sarcastically, correct?
A lot of times, yes, but yes, yeah. It really makes you question it.
Yes, well, he was. He said he was so happy to hear a person up north refer to the War of Northern Aggression. So there you go, right?
Right. Yes.
So anyway, I always think of that conversation when I think of Arkansas. And I do think of Arkansas now and then. So what can I look at for you today?
You have to visit and see our Ozarks.
Oh, I would. I'd love to. I flew over it once, but that's not good enough,
Oh, no.
I was in an airplane, though, just to clarify things.
I started to say. Yeah. I'm glad to hear.
Yeah. So what would you like to look at in the cards?
Just some guidance, honey, if you don't mind.
Okay, well, let's see. I'll shuffle them up and see what we get.
Okay.
One more here should do it. I'll cut them. Oh, okay. Well, the King of Coins is here. And that's an interesting card on two levels in this case. It's and the Ace of Coins. Jeepers creepers. Well, looking for guidance, asking me for guidance and getting there's money here. There's big money here. The King of Coins is my card. That's the significator for somebody my age, a male my age, roughly. So yeah, it's and my birth date. So yeah, that card could indicate me, but it also indicates that you're very good with money. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, because
I have no choice.
Yeah, you tell me about it. I mean, I've known people who were terrible with money, and they just, and I don't mean like they were irresponsible. They were just not there.
Right.
There was a woman I knew who was an airline stewardess, so maybe it was jet lag, but she used to use credit cards until the credit card was refused, and then she'd use another one. She had no idea what she was spending ever. So she got into problems with her money that way. But yeah, I would say anybody who's paying attention would have to pick up some skill with a dollar here. But you're doing good with that. This is good. This is good. This is the guidance is that it can mean that there's money coming towards you. But the main thing is that that's a strength for you. Here's another one, the 8 of coins. See, there's 3 cards here and they're all coins, like the previous person got all cups. The 8 of coins refers to starting a new job or a new phase of a job or a new assignment. But whatever it is, it's something new that you will maybe be kind of like an apprentice at. But you will pick it up and you will succeed and you will be rewarded.
That's great to hear.
That shows me that you're a person of great skill and it's going to go out very well for you.
Good.
Okay.
That's good
now,
to hear.
Since I began with the King of Coins, the next card is the Queen of Coins. That's really interesting. Now, here's another one, the Page of Swords. Swords are mental activity, and the pages are the appearance of something new in that field. So this tells me that your thinking is changing. Your mental outlook in life is changing. It's growing. So are you going through that now, right? Now, a change?
Yes, I think it may be the age thing, but yeah.
Well, let's hope. They claim we get wisdom. I'm still waiting, but I'm not.
That's like me waiting for the middle-age spread.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to gain weight my whole life, and everybody keeps saying, "Oh, when you hit 40." Well, I don't know where it's at.
Well, I was grotesquely fat when I was in my 30s, and then I dropped. I lost all that weight. I was sick of it, so I stopped. I tell
you, one extreme to the other is just as bad as the. I mean, it just depends on the person and what Yeah.
I've just kept it nice and even these days. I hope.
Yeah.
We'll see. So here's the overall in terms of guidance for you is this card, which is the World, which is assured success. You'll be okay. You're going to do all right. Under that, I have a card, the Chariot. Now, these are 2 major cards, so they're important. The Chariot shows me that you can handle situations that would be deemed stressful by ordinary mortals. Because this is a person who's got a white horse and a black horse. One goes this way, one goes that way, and she is there holding the reins, keeping it together, and you're good with that. So that's good to know.
That sounds about right. I'm glad to hear I'm doing a good job.
Yeah, I see it good here. Good stuff here. The Page of Coins again. Always money here with you. That's the Page of Swords and the Page of Coins, which tells me that whatever this idea that you're working on with the way that your mind is growing and changing is you're going to make money out of that. You're going to put that to profitable use. These people would be smart to stay around you. That's what I see.
Don't you tell everyone that.
Yeah, there you go. So it's going well. There's one other thing. It's the Ace of Rods. You have the aces and the pages. These are about beginnings, and the rods is about career. So there's the possibility that you may be doing something new in terms of your work life. This fits in with the 8 of coins that I mentioned. It's about starting something new, but you're headed for some changes because of the way your mind is growing and changing. So I think it's all positive, not a negative thing in the bunch here. Yeah, here's the Wheel of Fortune, which tells me that things are changing for you, and that's followed up by the 10 of coins, which is a card of perfected happiness. So there you go.
Great.
I think you're going to do fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
I question sometimes.
I know. Sometimes it's it's you sometimes I wonder what the plan is, and why.
Right,
But if
right,
I keep that up, I'm
exactly.
going to end up in a roadshow of Fiddler on the Roof or something, So no.
There you go.
But
Well, I
I'm not
sure
going to
thank
walk
you for
around
your time.
singing "If I Was a Rich Man," But anyway,
Right,
hey, it
right.
was a pleasure talking to you.
And you
So
too. And you have a
you're
good
headed for
evening.
some very good times. Bye bye now.
Great, great. I'm ready. Bye bye.
Bye. And hey, look at that. We rounded the corner of the first half of the show. You see how fast things move when we have a good time here. Now, if you don't have a good time now, I want to know why you're bothering even to listen. If it's that bad, right? I don't know. I just enjoy this. You have no idea. I mean, I've never really. I mean, the closest I came was when I wrote the book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I dedicated it to the Ask One radio audience because you people really turned my life around in many ways. And I've been doing this for like 11 years now. And it's just, I can't imagine not doing it. This was so difficult last year when I was very ill. And out of 52 shows, I only did 15. And I forced myself to do those, I suppose. It was, and I'll be back next week, and then you don't hear from me for 6 months, So I can't tell you the energy I get coming down through this whole system of satellites and computers and earpieces and microphones. Here's my cute little microphone. But I can't imagine not doing this anymore. I would do it even more. I would change my name and have another show. I'll get a toupee. That's just what I need is a hairpiece, right? And if I could, I would do more. I really would. I just enjoy. I enjoy talking to people in general, but I certainly enjoy talking to enlightened people, such as the Ask One radio audience, because you're always so upbeat and positive. You energize me, and maybe, just maybe, you're part of the reason I've survived this far. Think about that. Pat yourself on the back, right? Let's see. So let's go to the next caller. We'll talk to Connie in Toronto. Hi, Connie. You're on with Reverend Elliot. How are you doing tonight, Connie?
I'm all right. I just talked to you.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, who was I talking with? When was that?
I don't know. It was me.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe I had the wrong.
Was that Arkansas? No. Am I confused here or what? Look at that. The mind is going, isn't it? What?
I don't know, but I just talked to you, but maybe it wasn't for me. Maybe that reading was for someone else. I don't know.
Well, what did I tell you? Let me remind me now.
You told me that it was going to be good, that I was looking at, my mindset is changing and that I was looking at a new career. And
that was, yeah. You probably heard me through the phone line. I was talking to a woman in Arkansas, Melissa.
Oh, okay.
So now, if that covers all the bases for you, you're fine, right? but no, that was the previous caller that you heard.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure because I was talking to you and you were talking to me. I just thought it was me. I don't know.
Oh, maybe you thought that I was talking to you and you answered, but I didn't hear you. I only heard the woman in Arkansas.
Oh,
how weird.
Okay.
You
said something about being overweight.
Yeah, that was me. My mind is fragile enough. Don't scare me like this. I just spoke to you and I don't even know you, right? No, it's a mechanical
we'll start over
thing.
then.
Right, because I don't recall talking to somebody in Ontario. Otherwise, I would have made my usual lame joke about how you're going to be the 51st state, right? So, no.
Oh, okay. Yes, I heard that the last time. Okay.
Oh, okay. Boy, I'm just so predictable, right? It's anyway. What can I look at for you now that I've actually got you on the phone? How's that?
Um, I'm just looking more for like my health, pretty much. Yeah, like because
Okay.
I've been really working on it. Because I have a homeopath and I have a naturopath. I have a homeopath and I have a nutritionist. And my
Mhm.
homeopath is actually driving me crazy. I don't know if I should be with her anymore. And I
Well,
like the
that
nutritionist. I think she's trying to help me.
well, I'm a believer. I had a doctor one time, a physician, who told me, and I was in my 40s maybe at the time, who said the problem is that human beings are not meant to live beyond the age of about 24. So I decided to get another doctor.
Okay.
I didn't want that. That's for sure. So if you're uncomfortable, look around. See someone else. Maybe ask around. Call the county medical society and talk to the people there at the phone or on the website. They're very helpful. A lot of people don't know about the county medical societies. They're very a good resource. But you're talking to somebody
Okay.
who's shoulder deep in doctors. I mean, I'm a medical, what's the word? I mean, I'm financing the lifestyle of several doctors at the moment. So, but in exchange, they're keeping me alive. So unless they're lying to me, see, there's only one way I can find out, which is to stop seeing them and drop dead. And then I'll have the satisfaction of knowing I was wrong, right? So what do you got? What do you do,
Yeah.
right? So now my first bit of advice always when somebody calls and asks me about health is if you have any concerns to see a medical practitioners, but you're doing that. And if you're not
Yeah,
comfortable
I'm
with
doing
somebody,
that.
please, yeah, please. But if you're not comfortable with somebody, ask around and see if there's somebody else you'd be more comfortable with. And even, how would that person react if you said, Doc, I'm not comfortable with you? Maybe something can be worked out. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. I don't. That's a situation for you to judge. But there's no reason to. The world is crawling with medical practitioners. There's no real reason to stay with somebody who you neither trust nor like, in a sense. So that's my feeling. I'm
Yeah.
certainly not giving you medical advice,
Yeah.
but there you go.
Mhm.
Uh, it's well, what's the word I'm looking for? It's very complex because you can find somebody with the exact same situation that you have, and it'll be different, even though it's the same setup. So it's very
Yeah.
personal. It has to be for you, tailored for you, and that's 90% of it all. I got into a fight with a
There's
doctor in
not
the
very
hospital
many
in November.
homeopaths.
No,
Yeah.
I oddly enough, I grew up in an apartment building in New York with an osteopath in the building, and those are even more rare, I believe, at this point. But homeopathic, I used to make my own medications, but a lot of people thought that natural herbal medications is homeopathy, and it's not. It's a whole different ballgame. So
Homeopaths are hard to come by. Like the one I
yes,
had originally, she retired, and I
uh,
inherited this one. And I mean, she's okay. She's just a bit snotty, so I don't really
well,
like it. Like,
Well, yeah, I
you
guess
know,
there's so few that it's hard to deal with, I suppose. But check around, as I said, check the county medical society and talk to people there.
yeah.
I know that's a thing here in the States, and I'm pretty sure that they have such a thing in Canada also, because you guys are probably way more civilized than we are. Let's put it bluntly, right? So let's see, right? So
Yeah.
let's see what I find here, though. Well.
For
I,
cards, you mean?
I'm seeing the card I have here is this is perfect. This is actually exactly what I would like to see. Is the Eight of Rods is the first one. That means there's some changes on the way in your situation. Things are going to change. Probably for the better, usually because of the next cards. The tower struck by lightning is here, and that's about an upheaval, sudden change. Something is going to happen in your life that's going to make things change. Now, of course, it's on the way. That's the main thing. Now, because the main question is, will it be good or bad? And I'm telling you, it's going to be good because the next card is the sun. And this is the card I really like to see when somebody asks about health concerns. It's about healing. It's about health. It's about growth. It's all the positive stuff that you could want. So you're on a good track. As with the previous
Okay, that's
reading
good.
I
I
had,
think I am.
yeah, this is you're just not. The Two of Swords shows me that you're just not feeling it. You know that it's now that doesn't mean it's happening and you don't know it. I'm just saying that you're not feeling that you're being well taken care of, for instance, because that's about, like I said with the previous caller, and you may have heard it, the idea that it's stalemate in a sense. Nothing is moving. You know, there's no progress.
It's moving
So,
slowly. It's moving
yeah.
slowly, but it's because I have a lot of sensitivity, so I have to do things real slow. And that's just who I am. And, you know, they want you to take this, take that, take this. And I'm like, okay, I can take this, but I have to wait to take that. Or
Mm-hmm.
if I take too much of this, then I go a step backwards. And then then I have to wait because I have so many sensitivities that I'm getting there, but I just have to do it
I
slow.
hear you. That's, I hear you. I do not like being pressured. I was saying I was in the hospital in November last year, and I got into an argument with a doctor, a surgeon, who he handed me something to eat that was wrong. I wasn't allowed to eat that. It would have given me big problems, and I refused, and he started to berate me, and that doesn't work on me.
Can't
You
eat
know?
nothing raw.
Pardon?
Can't eat raw. Raw's not good for you. That's
Yeah, well,
bad
well,
bacteria.
well, I can't, I can't process raw meats, for instance, like steak tartare and sushi and things like that.
No.
But he gave me
Yeah.
something wrong.
I don't eat none of that neither.
What he gave me was wrong. I didn't say raw. I meant raw.
Oh,
Raw.
wrong.
No, I
Okay,
meant
gotcha.
wrong, not raw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wouldn't
Yeah,
let
okay.
go. And I insulted him. Actually, I said to him, I'm not going to be I'm not going to be ordered around by somebody who just went to a trade school. And he was furious, you know. And they sent a team of doctors to talk to me about my bad behavior. And they said, well, and this is the key, said they came to agree with me. They said I was right. And they said, at least we've learned that you're not a passive patient. Now, there are too many of those, it turns out. I hear that you're not one either, right? You're not.
Well, it's too funny because I was in the hospital and the doctor wanted me to eat something I didn't want to eat. And I got mad, the same as you. And I said, you know that I should not be eating this.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
And then she said to me, well, yeah, okay, I guess so. After I insisted I'm not eating it. And then okay, well, that's fair enough. Like that. I'm like, how stupid. She comes in the room and the first thing she says to me, well, you're diabetic, you're this, you're that. I said, I'm not any of that. I said, do you have the right chart?
Yeah.
So
that's great.
I was like, what is going on here? You know what I mean? So yeah, I did the exact same thing. And she didn't like it. She didn't, you know.
That's crazy making, you know. I mean, everything that they had on that tray that they gave me was on a list of things that people with my condition are not allowed to eat. And you know,
well,
not allowed at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with you. So yeah, you got, you know, and you correct them, and it's like you have said to say, listen, Moses, you left off a commandment, you know. No, you know, forget it, man. So I'm glad you stood your ground. But the point is that the doctors agreed that we shouldn't be passive patients, and I wish more people got into that. And it doesn't mean to be abusive, although I came close to getting there. But it means to just, well, maybe I was abusive when I told a guy from like Harvard Medical School that he's not going to push me around just because he went to a trade school. I suppose that was a little cruel.
Well, I don't know if that's abusive or you're just being kind of honest. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well,
really,
I'm with you.
She was really cocky with me because she was a surgeon. She just, like she was better than me. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that specifically because one of the surgeons who spoke to me about this said, you know something, the way I look at it is we're just plumbers. There you go, right? This was a guy who had his head on right. He knew he wasn't, and the world doesn't owe him anything because he learned how to stitch, So anyway, so
Yeah.
I'm seeing healing in your future. That's the main thing.
Okay.
It's going
Yeah.
slow.
That's
It's
what
like the
I'm
Four
looking
of
for.
Swords
I'm
is about a
trying to get
timeout.
there.
Yeah, and again, you see, I had this before. I have the Eight of Swords here too, which and the Two of Swords. I had that for a previous caller today, which is showing that you're feeling kind of stuck in where you are. And
Yeah.
what I'm seeing is that that's not going to last. In fact, here I cut the deck, and I get a very happy card here: the Four of Rods. Happy home, happy family, happy life. You name it, all the good stuff. So you're looking out for yourself, and that's pretty good. So
Yeah, I never used to. I am now.
that's more than half. Well, they beat it into us, don't they? They make us assertive, So there you go.
Well, it was always like the family, take care of the family, take care of everybody. And then I got sick because I didn't take care of myself. So now I'm like, you know what? If I don't cook today, well, sorry, cook your own.
Yeah, that's life, right? Look, it's been great talking to you, and I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Oh, thank you very much.
Again, call anytime, and if you can email me if you want, I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net. That goes for everybody listening. AskTarot, AskTarot @earthlink.net. Show you how long I've been on the internet. I have an Earthlink address, and I will be happy to chat with you. And of course, I charge about $4,000 a minute for that, right? No charge. I just I like the audience here, and I do things. I'd like, for instance, I offer a free mini tarot reading to Ask One Radio listeners. So send me an email and ask for the free mini tarot reading, and you'll all get it. So the best of luck to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
My pleasure. Bye-bye. Phyllis in Colgate, Maryland is next. Hi, Phyllis. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
I have a daughter that's, we haven't been talking for years, and I invited her over for Easter dinner, and she came, and she celebrated my birthday with me, and I haven't heard from her since. I'm wondering what her problem is.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see if I can find anything here. We only have a few minutes left. This sounds like it's a biggie. Well, let's see what we can get here. Well, I'm getting cards here of conflict and strife and inner confusion and strength. I see she's a strong person, but there seems to be battles in her life going on. That's what I'm getting here. And again, this is the third time I've had this card today for some reason. It's a card of the Eight of Swords. It's a person, she feels tied up and restricted and bound by things. And it's just strange what I'm getting here, because it's a combination of a very strong, a very resourceful person, a person who is capable of self-sacrifice and doing for other people, and yet there's anxiety and fighting inside. Do you sense that with her?
I sense something with her. Something's not right with her.
Well, I would. I mean, I don't know who you could talk to about that, but aside from her, but she doesn't want to talk to you, which is kind of odd, and I'm not probably the really ideal person to talk to about this, because I fired my parents years and years and years ago. It was, they were very dangerous to me, and I had to do that, not with any ill feeling, but just to save myself. Okay. I can leave you with this, though, is the Wheel of Fortune, which tells me that this is a situation that could change, because there's also the Ten of Swords here. And that means that the worst is over. That's
Okay.
that's telling me that there's hope that this could improve.
Okay.
You sound like you know that you're doing whatever you can. So don't
Yeah,
beat
but
yourself
you know
up
what?
over that.
I'm not, because I'm ready to say if she doesn't want to talk to me and come around, then she can stay where she's at. You know, you can only go so far.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the way it has to be sometimes, you know, and it's family can only take you so far in a sense. But if you give it the old try and it doesn't work, it doesn't sound to me like you're blaming yourself, which is, you know what I mean. That's good. You're aware of the situation, and you know that there are certain limits beyond which you personally don't want to be pushed. And there's nothing wrong with boundaries, right? I mean, we always
Right.
hear about people setting up boundaries for their children, but it's a two-way street, you know. I mean,
Right.
I've always told people that in my own belief is that being related is not a license to abuse people. And if you're
Right.
feeling everybody has a down period. Everybody has time when things aren't going well. But if you're feeling abused, then let's face it, you don't want to you don't want to be involved much anymore in that sense, right? So
Right.
I'm going to say
You're
I'm
not
going
going to
to
encourage it.
I have to run now because I'm right at the end of the show here. But I will light a white candle to send positive energy to this whole situation and see if maybe that helps a bit. Okay.
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks for calling, but I've got to run now.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and we'll do it again next week when we get back here, and maybe it'll be springtime in New York finally, and you know, it's the old joke about opening up the window and listening to the birds coughing, you know, but that's New York, right? So in any event, I will, if you want to know more about what I do, check me out at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And there's loads of pages there with lots of fun. There's over 100 pages of things. There's movies there. There's free books there. There's all kinds of stuff. And if you want that free mini tarot reading, drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to do that for you. And you go to mojoacademy.org. As I said, there is a book there that will change your life. And I really hope you understand that I'm implying for the better. You know, not gonna ruin your life. So I will be back again next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, to look through the magical window of the tarot with you kind, nice people. So bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. This is your host, the Mini Medium, on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am here today. Cannot wait to share my gifts, as I always do every week. And can't wait to see what beautiful messages we get. We are in this beautiful season of the Gemini, which is what I am, and have a very big birthday coming up. So been so excited trying to prepare for all the fun stuff coming, and even more loving summer. This is my favorite time of year, other than Halloween. That's my favorite time, favorite holiday. But some things I kind of wanted to share with you guys really quick. And then instead of doing an affirmation, I felt very drawn to actually give a message collectively to everybody from spirit. So this would be a message from maybe a loved one in spirit, or maybe your spirit guide. And I pulled from this beautiful deck. It's called Talking to Heaven by a very talented medium by the name of James Von Prague. So some of you may have heard of him. Absolutely love him. And this deck that he put together, Talking to Heaven, is it's amazing. And just beautiful pictures, beautiful messages. So we're going to read from that instead of an affirmation today. But some things I just wanted to let you guys all know. If you're in the area, if you're in Utah here, I've got some fun events coming up. Here this Saturday, I will be at here in Utah called the Grinch Fest, and that is in the Riverton area here in Utah. And I'm going to be having a booth there and going to be doing readings at a very nicely discounted price. And the proceeds that are given there, we donate, a raffle item, and all of that goes towards helping children at Christmas time, or the elderly, to give them a nice Christmas, or just to help the elderly in different kinds of holidays or celebrations. It's beautiful. So I will be there Saturday doing that event. And then the 21st, the 21st, here again, if you're in Utah, I'm going to be doing a fun bus that goes out to Wendover, Nevada. And we're going to be driving that fun. Well, I'm not going to be driving. We're going to be riding. We're going to be riding the fun bus out to Wendover. I'm going to be doing readings for the 2 hours. And then as we get out there, we're going to go gamble, win some money, hop on the fun bus, back, do readings on the way back. And then, it's just a full day, 1 day event. But so much fun things coming. And then in July, so July 24th, 25th, 26th, that weekend there, I will be in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania at the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash, which is a fun event, also a charity event. And that one is to help it's for our wounded warriors. Boy, my brain just lost it. For the wounded warriors in Pennsylvania, and just another very fun event. I'm going to be doing readings, but then also doing a fun group, what we call gallery reading event. So all this stuff is on my website at mini-medium.com, and you can buy tickets. You can see all the fun things coming up. So just want to give that little shout out or information there. But all right, so I'm going to quickly read this beautiful message that I pulled for this week for the collective. This is for everybody. And again, pulling this from the Talking to Heaven deck from James Von Prague. And the message that I pulled, and I pulled the card that is on page 23, because the number 23 has been the number I've been seeing all day. So again, 23 will be like the 23rd of a month as a significant date, the year 2023, age of 23, February 3rd. These are how these numbers come in from your loved ones in spirit, spirit guides, and so on. So the message says, very simple, and I'll read from the book. It says, don't be afraid. And I'll show that beautiful, beautiful card with the beautiful art. And how simple, don't be afraid. Now, the message in the book goes into a little more detail. So I'm going to read that quickly here before we take my first caller. So bear with me here. We're gonna do a little story time. We're gonna read this message. So the message says, don't be afraid. My transition has changed everything for both of us, and you may be frightened of the future as a result. Please know that you have nothing to fear. Nothing to fear, my love. Rest assured that all of heaven is watching over you, including me. Although you can't be in my physical presence any longer, you definitely can rely on my spiritual presence, which in many ways is much more powerful than when my soul was limited by my body. My love for you has increased now that I'm no longer restricted or distracted by my physical demands. And with my increased love for you, I'm able to help you even more. Isn't that beautiful? These messages, I feel, just can fit beautifully, whether it's from, someone who has crossed over, one of your loved ones that has passed, or a spirit guide, or just if that's something that resonates with you. So I hope that helped you guys and gave you some peace and in whatever way it may be. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and take my first caller, who is now, is it Sarianne? Did I say that right, from Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you doing?
I am middle of moving houses.
Oh, bless your heart. I'm about ready to do the same, so I feel your pain. It's a lot of
It is
work.
pain.
Oh my goodness. Well, hopefully I can ease your mind or give you some beautiful message tonight, hon. How can I help you?
Oh, I would just like to see what's ahead of me. Did I made a right choice and things like that?
Okay, sure. Absolutely. All right. Well, let me see. I'm going to pull a few cards for you, my friend, and let's see what comes of that. And we'll see how this meshes with some of the things that I feel have been really coming up just as we've been kind of talking here. So now, do you in any way, my friend, do you connect with the number 23 as a significant date or age or 2023?
That's my ex-husband's birthday.
Ex-husband's birthday. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry we're bringing up ex-husband. No, I'm just kidding.
That's okay. He's in heaven.
He is. Well, then that makes sense, my friend, of why I have felt such a very strong energy, a strong soul on the other side. So we may very well be channeling or even connecting with him. Are you open to any messages that may come from him if that happens to be?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we'll see what comes of that, and if anything, but a lot of times they just give me these numbers to validate their presence and let you know that even though in spirit, they still are around you, and even being an ex, they still love and care for you. So we'll see what comes of that. Now,
okay.
One thing that I was hearing as I was, getting ready to do my podcast also, I kept hearing a name, and I'm just going to bring this up quickly, and then I want to connect with your question. But do you connect with a 2-syllable name like Dennis or Doris? I kept hearing D and then S, 2-syllable name, living or past. Does that name ring a bell for you?
You mean Dennis, and what was the other one?
or like Doris, so the D with the S sound at the end?
No,
Do
ma'am.
you? Okay, that's okay, hon. I just wanted to make sure if that name came up was connected with you. Okay, well, let's talk about your cards. So now, the things that I see coming future wise, what I love, one of the cards you pulled, my friend, this beautiful Knight of Pentacles. So a pentacle in the world of tarot, it's really something of value to you. So what it is that you value in your life. And I'll tell you, my friend, as I see in the next we've only got about 2 to 3 weeks. I feel like that's a big shift, a big change. When are you moving, my friend?
I am middle of the move right now and just packing one place to another.
Okay. So I just want you to be mindful here by the end of June. I feel there's a sense of you finally being able to, in a sense, find that pentacle, which means finding yourself again, doing things for yourself, finding your happiness. I do feel this move is so needed. It's a fresh start for you. Do you understand that?
I totally understand that.
Good, good. And I know as stressful as this is and as hard as it is, to do these kinds of things, it's just something that I feel we all should do in one way, shape, or another, whether it's, remodeling the home or rearranging furniture. We need that change and that cleanse of energy. And I see that coming for you, hon. So something I want to tell you, just to kind of be mindful of is as you well, yeah. So here in the next 3 months, so that puts us right about September, October. Um, you've got a really beautiful relationship that's coming to an end. So whether it's someone that within your family that things have been kind of disconnected, or even a relationship with a significant other. And I love it. I feel this is just going to start to complete all of these new beginnings, and continue that for you. Um, so I just want you to be open to this new healing and these new mended relationships that are coming. Okay.
Wow. Well, that would be interesting. My whole family is in Europe, though. I'm by myself here.
Are you in a relationship with a significant other, or?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Okay. Well, and that could very well be where this comes in. And it's going to be just, a companion, just somebody that you can, go to the movies, go to dinner, just, someone who you can just talk to and have those open conversations. I feel like that's what's coming. So just be open to it, because I feel like you're ready. I feel like you're ready for that.
I'm ready.
Does that? Yep, I was going to say, I think that makes sense. And, I love what I'm seeing, hon, because this year is the year of the 9. And the 9 in numerology is the ending of all things. It's where we're going to be mending old ties, wrapping up any projects that have kind of been lingering, because next year is new beginnings. It's the year of the 1. So next year is going to be such a beautiful new year for you. One thing I do feel, please, there's some things going on with your health where I feel like it's really connecting with your bones. So arthritis, osteoporosis. Are you having issues there?
Yes, I have all of that. I just had 2 years ago, I had a total hip replacement, and a year ago, I have a back surgery. I had a compression on my spine. Yes, I have had problems with that lately, but I've been healing well, and I can move or walk again beautifully, which I lost all the feelings of my legs a year ago.
Oh my gosh, that is, well, I'll tell you, that makes sense why, just want you to be mindful of those things, right? Your bones, the calcium, make sure you're taking a good calcium supplement, the things that we need so that we can, regain that strength. So just, keep that going. I feel that it's just getting better and better. And this new relationship coming is just going to make you feel, like that you've got someone to just talk with, and just to have a conversation with, companion. I love it.
Yes.
I all I also want to. How do you connect with the month of March or the third of a month?
March. How am I connected to
March.
March? Oh,
Yeah. Does the month of March connect with someone who has passed, or a birth month, or even the third of a month? So the third of any month. That number 3 is coming up really strong for you, unless it's a favorite number. Sometimes that comes up.
it really doesn't come in my mind right anything.
Okay,
It's
that's
none
okay.
of my former nothing.
Okay, that's okay. Do you have siblings, my friend? Do you have siblings?
Do I have what?
Siblings?
Oh,
Do
siblings?
you have
I have half brothers, 2 half brothers.
2 half brothers? Okay, so you are one of 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the 3. I have a beautiful mother energy. Has mom passed?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I have just this mother energy, mother soul, and I'm supposed to mention that you're one of 3. So it's even her way of just letting you know that she's with you, that she is protecting you, especially with the new year, the things coming. So there's a sense of even that relationship mending on the other side. So I just wanted to kind of, yeah, I wanted to give you that message if that might help you as well. Okay.
Wow, that was a beautiful thing to hear.
Oh, I'm so glad. And I knew that she's a very strong soul, and I felt she just needed you to know that regardless of the relationship at the time of her passing that you two had, that she is very much wanting to protect you and guide you. So just keep that in mind as you go through this year. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. I've been praying for her.
Oh, well, there you go. That's why she's here. I love it. I love it. Oh, well, I hope this message helped you, my friend. And I'm sending you so much good love and light and positive energy. And just keep that beautiful energy you have going, and you'll see how it comes right back. Okay.
Thank you so much. This was the purpose to me have the call today because of my mom. This made
Absolutely.
everything beautiful and sense.
Oh, well, that makes my heart happy. Well, I'm so glad that
Yeah.
you were able to get in, and I'm glad that we got to connect. And you just take so much good care of yourself, okay?
Thank you so much and have a blessed evening.
Thank you, my friend. You as well. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Beautiful. Oh, I love those messages, and just beautiful messages back from them. So we're going to take another caller. Super excited for another. And this is, I believe, Katrina from New York. Hi, Katrina. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yes.
Hello?
How can I help you tonight? Yes, how can I help you, hon?
I just need a general reading. What's going on with my life, my relationship,
Sure. Okay. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to go ahead and let's pull a couple cards for you and see what may come here. All right, my friend. Let me see. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Oh, okay. Who's the water sign connected to you? What water sign will be, like the Pisces, the Cancer. Do you connect with a water sign in your life?
A lot of
Or
what?
you are? Water, the water sign?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So this would be within the, within your zodiac sign, your astrological sign. Do you know what your sign is or when your birth date is?
Sagittarius. I'm a Sagittarius.
Oh, you're Sag. Okay. So you've got that fire. Okay. So here's why I'm bringing this up. So the water sign really is going to be where the connection with a significant other, a relationship, really I feel is going to be a good connection, which sounds kind of weird because you think of fire with water would not mix, but I really do feel that's the connection that I feel that you either have now or is coming. So are you in a relationship right now?
I was in a relationship and I kind of broke it off,
Yeah.
so I don't know which way I'm going here. If somebody's coming into my life or I'm going to be going back to this person, I don't know.
Okay, my friend. Okay, I got it. Okay. So, a couple things that I just want you to be mindful of. Boy, I really do feel that even this relationship that you just ended, um, and in the as hard as it is with, I always say the hard part about my job is validating some of these decisions that weren't so easy. And I really feel that you ending this, without a doubt, my friend, needed to happen. And the reason for that is because it was really holding you back from connecting with your true self and your soul's purpose. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
They were really holding you back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I want you to keep in mind right about third quarter. So for me, or excuse me, fourth quarter. So October, November, December, I do feel that you're going to see this person come back in for a brief moment. So that relationship possibly, maybe wanting to rekindle. But I want you to just be careful and be mindful that at that point in your life, my friend, you're really going to see that you're doing a lot of work and giving back to yourself. So you may not be looking at this person the same way as you did in the past. And that might be a little difficult, but it's just your growth. It's what you're learning about yourself. I don't feel like this is your person. I feel like this has been a chapter, your big old novel of life. And so it's just a sense of, all right, what did I learn from this? How can I move forward? And I see you doing that. Now, let me ask you to, boy, I'm seeing that number again. Do you connect with the number 23, the 23rd of a month, or February 3rd, or even
February
2023?
3rd?
Or,
No.
okay, or the 23rd of a month. Does that date ring a bell?
The only 23rd I know is my daughter's son, the one that's not talking to me for the last 14 years. And I was going to ask you, do you see anything with that coming back to me?
Yes, ma'am. Yep, that's why that 23rd came up. And that's part of this the new relationship coming that I see. And yes, it's not obviously a significant other or obviously not romantic, but it's a love and it's a new beginning and it's a fresh start. And that's really going to give you that sense of some closure of the things in your past that have not been serving you in a good way. So when this relationship starts to mend, just go into it, my friend, with an open mind and open heart and just, unconditional love. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. She stopped talking to me 14 years ago after she got married. So I've been wanting to reconcile. I haven't done anything, but it's the relationship that she's in, the marriage that she's in.
Yeah.
Has
Yeah.
pulled her away from me.
I'm so sorry, my friend. And it's so hard when it's our children and the grandbabies and, we just love them and we miss them and you want them to be there, and it's really hard when you feel like that you've done everything you can to make amends but now it's in their ball court. And that's what I feel is coming. So just be patient. I really do feel that is going to be by the end of this year. And just new relationships for you as a significant other, romantic relationship. That's the old one you just got out of is going to try to come back in. But I just say, look at it as a chapter that you are now moved on from and start to, find yourself again, hon. I really feel that's what needs to happen this year. Then next year, when we have all these beautiful new beginnings, that's when this will come in, okay?
Okay, so next year's going to be a better year for me?
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Absolutely, my friend. Yeah. So
I hope so.
It's the year. Oh, well, I will help manifest it with you. How's that?
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
So, well,
I'm just looking for happiness. I've been through so much.
I know. I can tell. I can absolutely tell. And you deserve it. So just take this year to find yourself, do the things for yourself that fill up your cup, your soulful cup, your happiness. You'll see how that energy will change and you'll start to see things start to, fall into place. So just hang in there, my friend. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You're so welcome.
Have a good night.
Have a beautiful night. You too, hon. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Beautiful. Well, we got a couple minutes. I love these nights when we're able to just get those messages out there and help others. And so just some things to throw out there to be mindful of. If you'd like to schedule a private reading, I'm booking up pretty fast. I'm out about a month or so, but you can go on my website, mini-medium.com. You can send me a message if you have any questions, book a reading. You can do that over Zoom. Virtual is just as good as in person. And then, of course, all my upcoming events and whatnot are all on there. So, and also, all my social media platforms, everything. So, and YouTube, there's lots of beautiful readings that I've done that are posted on my YouTube channel. I'd love to see you and just let me know that you saw me on the A1R Psychic Radio. And I would love to know, love to find out how people find me. I think it's amazing. But all right, you guys, I am sending you all so much love and light, and I will see you next week. Okay, bye, guys.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're looking at the show live from A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. This is the Urban Monk, carrying on from a break I took a few months ago, and this is Urban Monk Season 2. So just a quick recap, because I've been away, and while I've been away, I've gone away from the ego and the narcissistic theme of the last few shows. It's going to continue that theme, but we're now talking about why or how thinking is killing you. So for the last few months while I've been away from you guys, I'd like to give a shout out actually to Dawn the Princess, Tim, Daisy, and Gazby, who is fiddling with his knob, trying to get access to watch the show live. I'd also like to thank Dave and Constance and all the people at A1R for having me back. So I've been researching about why thinking is killing you. I've been following up with eloquent people such as Emil Koule, Jose Silva, the ESP Mind Techniques, Vishen Likiani from the podcast with Jay Shetty, all the details about what is going on inside the head and why it's killing. If you think back to previous incarnations of the Urban Monk show, we talked about vibration, how the body vibrates through what we think and what we do. Well, it's that side of the thought process that I want to discuss about why what we're thinking causes the body to vibrate in different frequencies. We'll also move on to another theme from the last time I was broadcasting, which is mindfulness and the law of attraction, the body's vibration, again, created by that little voice inside, the little voice inside that tells us what to do, what not to do, where we should go, where we shouldn't go, who to date, who not to date. This is a question for you. Who is that voice inside? Do you think it really is you? Because something that I came across while I was doing my research was, if that voice inside your head is you, why would it need to tell you what it's telling you? You would already know, surely. So moving on from that kind of research, I found that the voice inside, the ego that I referred to last time, is simply the brain. It's the brain performing its function, which is simply to keep us alive. If we are challenged, let's say, and I don't want to use the saber-toothed tiger, it's been overdone, but if we're under threat or under stress, the body releases cortisol. It goes into fight or flight mode, and if we're going to be attacked by a saber-toothed tiger, it's unlikely we're going to be able to fight, so we would want to run. When the body realizes from the brain that the tiger doesn't exist anymore, then that cortisol will stop flowing. If we continue to think that the tiger's still there, i.e. we've got a bill that's due, or the car is in the shop because it's broken down and I don't know how I'm going to get to work tomorrow, while we continue to think of that anxious moment, the cortisol continues to flow. Cortisol is one of those things that flow around the body that causes irreparable damage. It can help if it's there for a moment or two to make sure that we survive, but if it lingers, then we're going to die. So I want to focus on just saying hi and thank you for having me back, and bring this into an introduction of future shows. Why thinking is killing you. I'll also be referencing my book, so get your checkbooks out. The Death of a Narcissist and the Best Yorkshire Puddings in the World, now available on Amazon. It's available in hard copy from Amazon, and it will be soon to be downloaded as an ebook. So there's a plug. Dave will be getting one free of charge next time I visit America. And as you can see, my background is from my recent trip last September. It's a lake in Northern California. I sent videos, posted videos on all of the social media channels. I'll also have a list of my TikTok name. I have no idea what it is, to be fair. My Instagram name is Gary45312 or some ridiculousness like that. I couldn't get the Urban Monk. So I'll be coming up with a list of ways to contact me. Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonk@gmail.com. If you want to drop me an email with any questions you might want answering. In future shows, I've been speaking with Dave. Future shows, you'll be able to call in, ask a question. I'm sure I'll be able to work out how to find the names popping up as people say hi. So there'll be questions you can ask whatever you want. The research I've been doing, for example, Emil Koule, very famous person from France. He was the first one to come up with every day, in every way, I am better and better and better. He took that and helped to cure people of anxiousness and depression, and also through the state of mind to cure more serious illness. Now, disclaimer, I'm not a doctor. I'll answer questions, and I'll spout my knowledge from the research that I've done. So if you're listening to this or watching this on catch up and you have any kind of medical issues, then please make sure you stick with your GP, make sure you seek proper medical help. I'm just here to pass on information of things that resonate with me in terms of how we let the mind control what we think and do. That, with the vibration of the body, just a quick one. And if you remember me from last time, I do digress or go off at a tangent, so you have to bear with me. But Jose Silva, who created the ESP mind control system, through research, it was from Laredo, Texas, and he taught millions of people the art of manifestation, ESP through thought control. It's a kind of hypnosis through meditation rather than standard hypnosis. But for example, the alpha brainwave vibrates at 10 vibrations a minute. The beta brainwaves are something like 20 beats per minute. So I'm going to be talking about how we can slow the brainwave vibration down to 10 beats, vibrations per minute, because it links in with what I spoke to you about. That if the body is vibrating at the universal level, then we can't become ill. If we are in tune with the universe, at one with the vibration of the universe, then illness, depression, anxiety can't get in. Like attracts like. If we start to get angry, then the body vibrates at that frequency that anger vibrates at. If we start to get depressed, then the body vibrates at that energy level that depression vibrates at. Because as we know, and it's not just me saying this, the whole universe is just vibrating energy. The laptop that I'm using to speak to you today and the camera that's on the laptop is just a series of atoms and molecules vibrating at a different level that the human mind can conceive as a piece of glass or a piece of metal. So future shows will be talking about the vibrational level of the body, and it starts with the brain. It starts with the mind, the way we think, what we think, how we think of things. It's not the easiest thing in the world to let a problem come and just think, well, I'll deal with it tomorrow. But that's really what the crux of the urban monkism is about, being present. For the new people watching today, I've named a few. A quick recap: 2018, functioning alcoholic, drove 3,000 miles across the US from California to Richmond in Virginia, passing so many landmarks, historic, famous landmarks, places I wanted to go, places I wanted to be and see all my life. But I was driven by time to get to Richmond, so I didn't have a chance to stop and, as they say in America, smell the coffee. It was when I reached Las Vegas towards the end of the trip that I realized that that was a metaphor for my life and for everybody else's life. We're always rushing to a place in time that doesn't exist because we feel like we need to be there. We all suffer from FOMO, fear of missing out. There's always something going on that we need to be part of, but we fail to stop and be in the moment. Just being present is really what everything's about. So while we're in the present moment, while we're not letting any anxiety or depression enter the body, then the natural vibration will help prevent illness. We'll live longer. 90%, something like 90% of all GP surgery appointments in the UK are for stress-related or anxiety-related illnesses. So it's good to be back. Thank you for having me. I'm going to cut it short. I just wanted to come back in with a bit of pizzazz and just let you know that season 2, Urban Monk, Tuesday nights, Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday morning, depending where you are in the world. And I look forward to being able to catch up with you guys and answer questions as we move forward. So I'll let Dave pull the plug, and I'll wish you well, and I'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years, and I have over a dozen healing certifications, everywhere from Reiki Mastery to sound therapy. I do a little bit of everything, but at the end of the day, I simply say I am a channel of spirit, bringing messages for those who find me. And if you're ever interested in booking a session with me, or if you just have questions, I would be happy to answer. You can find me at my website, Solaris.1, OEN, or on my Facebook page, and I'll always get back to you as soon as I can. And so at the beginning of every show, I like to do the week ahead. So this is the energies over the next 7 days from when you are watching this per whatever 7 days afterwards. And all of the themes are going to be present, but because it's a collective reading, individually, it may affect you in different areas of your life or slightly different ways. So it looks like this week we are stepping into a little bit of ego, and we hate to hear this because sometimes we step in and we get frustrated and we get fired up by something that happens, whether it's rotary relationship or at work. But that frustration is coming forward. It may be someone is trying to hurt your ego, take some of your pride, or it could just be you're getting a bit defensive over a situation. So when that does happen, try not to react from an emotional place. It is about coming in and using your experiences to handle it in a professional and adult manner. So be realistic about what you are expecting, especially from other people, and don't let that ego come out to play, because the following days after this upset that you're feeling within that pride and defensiveness, it is truly about being a team player. So it's time to push your ego aside, deal with it internally, don't react emotionally, because it is truly about teamwork at the next 7 days. So this does seem more of a career reading for most of the collective. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and go straight into our caller today, and we have Stacy from Michigan. Hello, Stacy.
Hi.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. What type of questions can I answer for you today?
Just on how everything will go for me, I guess. I'm not really sure. I've never done this before, so.
That's completely okay. Every tarot reader has a slightly different way of reading, traditional, intuitively. So let's just step in and step in. And so what I'm feeling immediately here, Stacy, is a lot of sadness, possibly a breakup from a third-party situation, a lot of decisions that you've had to make recently, and it's kind of left you feeling trapped. And you may even feel a little bit of stagnation and wondering about your self-confidence as well. Have you recently had a breakup, or are you intending to take a step towards one?
No, my husband passed away.
Okay. So that also makes a lot of sense then. So has it been more recent, or has it been a couple of months now?
It's been a little over a year.
Okay. So because what I'm seeing coming up. Yeah, go right ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I've recently had to move and make changes in where I was living out of our home and things.
Okay. Yep. So this is making sense. So I am sorry for your loss. It's never easy to lose a loved one. And grief is such an interesting process because it could be months, years, and it can suddenly hit you out of nowhere. And I see that heartbreak still coming forward, having anxiety. So while it's fantastic to hear that you are still able to move forward for what the things that you do need to finding a new home. I can tell that it has been very difficult trying to make all these decisions on your own, but it's showing that despite what the energy, the cards are saying that are coming in, you are not frozen in stagnation and fear of what's going next. And I am seeing coming forward is that it's important to choose your battles wisely coming forward. There may be some additional things coming up regarding, I don't want to say finances because it doesn't feel like finances, but there's going to be a situation within the family and you're going to have your guard a bit up. And so when the situation is happening, it is more about you stepping up as a matriarch. And whether or not you have kids or brothers and sisters, it is asking you to step as the matriarch and to reveal certain things about how it needs to move forward. So what are your plans for the future, and being able to express that to get movement, and whether it is that you need help moving forward or you're changing how things are being done within your family dynamic, you're going to be able to step back in more into that confidence to be like, okay, let's get this moving forward, and really taking control of all aspects of your life. So while it does seem a little bit shaky right now, it's going to continue to get slightly better, but there's definitely, especially in 4 months, I am seeing a lot of upset. So a lot of kind of coming back in and feeling upset just about everything, having conflict with others. So if you have a child or a younger male, so this would be one maybe preteen years, I was pushing teenager years, but a younger male, they're going to be stepping in and trying to be a little bit closer to you. And while you're going through this upset, the situations that you are going to be working with this younger individual is really going to help pull you out of it. So instead of focusing on what has been lost, it gives you something to look forward to. So you may be stepping up and like, oh, okay, let me help you take you to your games, baseball games or whatnot, take you to school. You are stepping up kind of as a guardian for this younger person. Do you have any children or grandchildren?
It would probably be a great nephew. That was the one I would only think of. Yeah.
So there is going to be a little bit of a challenging new beginning coming, and that's why you're being asked to step in to be more of a guardian. And that doesn't mean like taking guardianship over the child, but having more of a presence in his life than you already have.
Okay.
It could be positive too, because I am seeing it related to emotions. So it could be more, let's see, Spirit, can you clarify why? Okay. So again, it seems like there is some ego coming around. So there may be some arguments within the family dynamic. So we're seeing that information come up multiple times, especially with mass figure. So possibly his father is coming up. He may need some time to balance, and that's when you're stepping in and you're helping move on whatever the situation, you are helping this child move on into a new, better beginnings. And it does require some type of walking away, but it's not telling me exactly what is coming out here. Only what is going to be happening is kind of faded, and is ultimately going to be for the highest good. It's just maybe a little bit anxiety inducing at the time, but you are ready to, it seems like while there may be some upsets, you are going to be the best choice as a figure to help this great nephew.
Okay.
Would you like any other additional information?
No, I think that's good. I thank you so much.
Okay. So I did pull out 3 final cards, and I'm gonna set them as to what to kind of expect going forward and what you can focus on to really achieve the best that you can in your present situation. And I see that through all of your life, you have been working pretty hard. While you may have times where it felt like you weren't moving anywhere, you were always slowly building your foundation. You're building your wealth and your friendships and your relationships. And you created a beautiful foundation on which you have opened up your heart and you really care about the people around you. So there is an encouragement to still continue doing that, because there are people who love you. You love all of your family members. And it also is a hint to possibly consider doing some charity work if you have the time to do so. That will bring you a lot of joy, and it will bring you some more experiences, which can help move through some of these emotions that are still a bit new as you're readjusting to what it's like to be on your own. There is going to be a lot of balancing too. And so Spirit is coming in to say, have more fun, right? You've been balancing for a lot of people for a long time. You manage people, even if it's not your job, if it's your job, people listen to you. And it's time to have more. And so by stepping in, and if you have like a community you can work with, do some charity work, you're going to find a lot of joy in that. But at the same time, you're going to be feeling like you're being productive and really helping others as well. So it's like a perfect combination, because you're getting all your emotional needs here and you're also being productive. So you're quieting that mind, that those voices in the mind saying, hey, I need to do this, this, and this, that doesn't let you rest or have fun. And moving forward in the near future, it is saying that you are going to have a lot of inner strength to face others' egos, others' pride. So I was talking about this in the collective as we're stepping forward into the next 7 days. A lot of they're going to be a little bit defensive, prideful. That could be yourself as well, but it is asking for inner strength and forgiveness. So you really stepping into the matriarch energy within you. And this is someone who is thoughtful, reliable, patient, even when they don't want to be. But it's dealing with issues that come forward in a very kind and compassionate way, but in a way that makes sense. So this is somebody who can take a little bit of time before they react, which is going to be very helpful, because I'm seeing a lot of external influences really trying to upset your inner peace, and not purposely. They just are kind of getting dragged into what's going on, because that's the type of person you are. You're very good at helping relationships develop to a new level, and you use your intuition to care for others and yourself. And so when you use your intuition, it transforms into empathy and compassion. And naturally, people tend to ask queens like you, I'm going to put, to really step in and be like, hey, I need help. Let me vent to you. Let me give you a life story. And it's saying, have more fun. Stop juggling everything for everyone else. It is a time to move on. And if you've been thinking about doing some of the spring cleaning, especially in the attic, or donating some things that you just need to clear out the clutter, it is a good time to do so, even if it is a bit difficult. Rest as well. You don't have to make decisions immediately. If you see something you're like, I don't know if I should donate this or not, don't just go to sleep, take a nap, and come back to it later. It's not going anywhere.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Stacy. And I hope that everything goes well.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio, and I'm very, very happy you're here. For those of you watching, I normally wear a foundation and, stuff. I'm just wearing lipstick tonight because here's why. I was talking to my niece, Lena, who's 12, 13, and just the most beautiful kid you've ever seen. And I'm not just saying that because I'm her aunt. I'm saying that because it's true. And she was asking me about makeup tips. And she was asking about concealer. Now, she's 13, and she looks like an Italian movie star. Well, she's little, so seen through the wrong end of a telescope. And I was saying, darling, you don't need concealer. If you want to wear a little mascara and a little, but she's seen so many YouTube videos of gorgeous young 21-year-old women essentially putting wall spackle all over their faces for no particular reason. So I wanted to just sort of do a very almost no makeup thing. I have a little lipstick on, and I'm naturally pink there. So anyway, so Lena, if you're watching this, your Auntie Perry wants you to know that you don't need makeup to be yourself, your own radiant self. Okay, hello. The moon is in Libra and the sun is in Gemini today, so making a lovely harmonious trine. So if today you've spent a little time beautifying where you live or having harmonious conversations with people, that's why. And so we're going to start out, actually, first I'm going to start out with two things. One is a bit of a warning. I know a lot of people, many more than when I started, are getting really interested in spiritual and mystical things. I think that's wonderful. One thing I would say is whatever you do, and I mean whatever you do not use a Ouija board. When I was about 10 or 11, me and one of my friends used a Ouija board. It spells out words, and pretty much the only words it spelled out were Snurgwidabits and Krishnok, which didn't really mean anything. But oddly, one thing a Ouija board does is it opens a portal. We don't want to do that because it's not picky about who it invites in. So when you use a Ouija board, you're opening a portal to all kinds of spirits, and you're putting up a big sign that says free beer and Springsteen tickets. And so anybody can drop in. I love Bruce Springsteen. I don't care what anybody says. So that's the first thing. And the reason I say that is in our own life, soon after that, we started getting ghost activity in our house, and a fair amount of it. I mean, maybe I was the only person who picked up on it because my brothers were a lot older and off at college and not weird. I also briefly, I wanted to give a big shout out to my brother David, who really helped me today. A lot of us have been feeling, that's the other thing I wanted to say. There's a lot of sort of solar flare activity, and a lot of, for instance, Maryland had, where I'm staying right now, Maryland had Northern Lights the other night. And it's wonderful to have all that beauty, but also that kind of solar flare activity affects people. So a lot of my clients have been calling up and they're like, I feel weird and I don't know why. And people are having kind of mood swings and feeling anxious. And So just wait it out a couple more days. Things will go back to normal. And if you're feeling anxious, use the Navy SEAL breathing, which sadly I discovered when you use it doesn't immediately make a Navy SEAL show up in your doorstep, but it's worth trying anyway. So try this. And then another breath on top of that, like that. There you go. Okay. So that's it. That's my warning and my kind of advice. We're going to start out with the tarot psychic weather, as we do every week. If you tune in every week, and if you do, God bless you. And what it is it's kind of foretelling how everybody is going to feel in a big way. Oh, Shelley and Paducah. Cool. I love the name Shelley. I'll be with you in 3 minutes, darling. So while you're waiting, I'm going to ask you to breathe deeply and then blow out through your mouth like this. Ready? It's a little undignified, but it stimulates the vagus nerve, which makes you relax. It regulates our nervous system, as opposed to the vagus nerve, which is where you wake up in a Nevada motel room with 17 unconscious sex workers, 25,000 empty bottles of liquor, and wondering where the last decade went. But enough about my personal life. Okay, so, okay, Shelley, you do that and think about your questions. And we're going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. Okay, ready? Oh, and I never pre-pick the cards to make it sound good. I use the cards that present themselves, which sometimes is good and sometimes is a little difficult. Okay, second. All right, so the first card I picked. Oh, there it is. First card I picked is actually a very good card. It's the Ace of Pentacles. So starting today and going for the next 7 days, one of the things that's going to be happening, and this happened to me today, is you're going to be receiving an unexpected monetary windfall of some kind. This could be from a kind relative. It could be from you going to the unclaimed property site on your state's government website. If you live in Kentucky, for instance, go to kentucky.gov and go to unclaimed property and type in your name, and a lot of times stuff will come up that you didn't know was due to you. So try that. Anyway, so this is it's the beginning. Aces and tarot, as in poker, are very good. They signify the beginning of a new cycle. And this is the beginning of a new cycle of prosperity. So good for you. And woohoo! The second card I got is from a Colette Barron deck. She's wonderful. We share clients a lot. And so it's the Animal Spirit deck, or Living Creatures Who Aren't Human Spirit deck. And it's the Whale card. And the Whale card means trust. If you want to say God, if you want to say mystery, if you want to say the big love, whatever works for you, but trust it right now. So if you're having a particular problem, one thing I would really recommend, because it's been working for me, is just state that problem, state your intention for what you want, and then just hand it over to the big mystery in the sky. And it works. And it must work, because the last card I'm getting is one of my favorite cards to get. Whenever I've gotten this card in my life, it's the Sun card. So it's a naked baby on top of a white horse. And you might have to ask your landlord if you can have pets. Okay, maybe the white horse is just a symbol. But it'd be nice if you saw this card, then you got a pony, right? Okay, so this card indicates a time when you're going to be feeling a kind of happiness that you either didn't expect, or you haven't experienced for a long time, or it might just be a whole sort of new realm of happiness. I can vouch for this card. I love doing that. Woohoo! Because every time in my life that I have picked that card, and it doesn't come up very often, it has been right before my life took a huge turn for the better. So I recommend that card. There we go. All right, Shelley, are you still there, my angel from Kentucky?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm happy you're here. I can see with my heart. So you're a pretty girl. So,
thank you.
So you're welcome. That's because I got trained in remote viewing. I'm not going to say by the CIA. I'm not going to say not. Anyway, so I like to connect to people through their birthdays. When is your birthday, my angel?
It's October 9th. You need the year?
Oh, no. Don't ask, don't tell. I mean, you can tell me if you want, because then I've done.
I'm not ashamed of it. It's 85.
Oh, honey, I've got shoes older than you. Please. 85, 73, 61. Oh, wow. You're a Libra ox. I know you're the ox doesn't sound very sexy, but it's that's Chinese astrology. Fabulous year.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like being a Capricorn, which means kind of the most dangerous place in the universe is to be between you and something you want. And you can be very disciplined. You're very, and you're a Libra, and that's my favorite week of Libras. Oh, I love that week.
The weakest society, I think.
What's that?
The weakest society, I think is what it's called.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to need you to speak up a tiny bit because I'm 1 million years old.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk directly in the speaker. For some reason, it's I don't know if my speaker's messed up or what.
I can hear you now. All good.
Okay.
I'm 1
that sounds
million
bigger
years
than my
old.
face, I guess.
My eyes are bigger than my stomach. All right. So how can I help you today?
I was thinking like a general and just see what happens. I've got a lot of different subjects.
Yes,
So
you
that
do.
would be the best.
We only have a certain amount of minutes, so I'll try and cover as much as I can. But it's like when I work with my...
Do your worst or your best.
I like you. You're funny. Okay, so let's see what I'm getting. Oh, honey, you're overgiving in your life. You need to start asking your friends to give back as much to you as you give to them. Would that be correct?
I'm disconnected for a second.
Oh, okay. I was going to say you're overgiving a bit in your life. I feel like you need to ask your friends to give as much to you as you give to them. Would that be correct?
It's probably my clients, actually.
Oh, okay. What do you do?
I'm a social worker for people with homelessness issues.
Oh, that's so fabulous. My sister's a social worker. I have such respect for you guys. Wow, what a great thing to do. And yes, I just don't want you to get what's called compassion fatigue, which is where, well, it is pretty much what it sounds like. Okay, let me look at
It's exactly what it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, right. It feels like you just either switched agencies or switched roles in your agency. Is that correct?
I switched roles in my agency I switched to this agency almost 3 years ago, but there's been major changes in like leadership.
Yeah,
recently.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I like the changes, but you're going to be fine.
It's better than what it was already.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm going to say here is it feels, also one of my best friends, Meredith, is a social worker. It feels like what's happening in that field is that the really, really good bosses are kind of getting taken out, and bosses who are more sort of, I don't know, bossy are getting put in. So if you're dealing with issues with your new boss, just take a deep breath, keep doing the great work you're doing, because the thing about you is you show up 150%. You put everything into it. You're utterly reliable. You have complete integrity. I'm not just saying this because I like you. You do. And so that's what's going to sort of protect you. There's going to be more changes by the end of the year. I think the boss you currently have is probably going to be replaced by somebody a little, I don't know, nicer. Is that the word I'm looking for?
They were just replaced. The mean
I know
one
it's
was
going to
just
happen
replaced.
again now. It is. It's that kind of atmosphere right now, especially with social services. But you're going to be fine. And in fact, I think you're going to get kicked upstairs towards the end of the year. I mean, not literally, that would be painful and awkward. But I think your work is going to, and your integrity and your results, which your great results, are going to be recognized. and you're either going to be given a raise or I want you to get given a raise. Let's stop at that one. Okay, so there's that. Interesting. I'm trying to tune in on your romantic life. And here's a funny thing. If somebody's been in a relationship for a long period of time, it shows up for some reason to me as if they're not in a relationship. It's kind of a flat line. So I'm not sure which it is. And I'm going to ask you to help out your lovely new psychic friend. Eek!
I am not in a relationship, but I got my people.
You got your people. Okay.
Yeah, I got some people I talk to.
A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do.
Yeah.
If I'm talking about relationships, and you don't have to answer this, am I talking about you like boys, you like girls, you like llamas?
Generally men, yeah.
Yeah, I like
I'm
that you're
open-minded. Yeah.
That's great. Okay. It feels to me like you're going to meet somebody through your job, and not for a little while. I think September, October. If not, then maybe next year, like February. But I think it's September, October. You can meet somebody through your job who's kind of your equal. What problem you have with the people you date is you're either smarter or stronger or both. Sorry. if you want sweet talking, try another psychic.
Yeah.
But it's a little like, it's not like you like to be kind of in control. It's not like you don't. But I think you're ready for a little more of a challenge. I think you've been coasting a little and you've been having fun, and that's great. We've 9 minutes, so I'm probably going to finish up. We've got Suzanne from Halifax waiting, but here's what I want to say about
Not
this.
Halifax. I just Nova Scotia.
What's that?
Funny. Oh, there's a tie between me and Nova Scotia, Halifax. There's not a lot of people there. So
Me too. That's really funny. We've probably known each other in a past life. So the person who's coming your way is somebody who's going to challenge you in all the best ways and is also going to see you and support you. I don't think the people you're seeing right now really see you fully. Maybe they're not bright or sensitive enough. Just a thought. And the last thing I'm going to say is it feels like, are you thinking about moving?
No, I just bought a house.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My timeline gets a little mixed up. Okay. You did just move.
Yeah.
You're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Look, you're going to have a lot of fun. Oh, this is what I'm getting. You're going to have a lot of fun decorating your place. You've got a real eye for beauty. And I would really go with what you love rather than what people tell you should be. Or there's this fad for like all beige everything. It's like, do people not drink coffee? Is that what's going on here? But I think you like color and kind of almost a slightly eccentric, very cozy aesthetic. And I'm very excited about
like cozy.
Yeah, right? And you like color. So have a great time with that. This year started off a little bumpy, not going to lie, but it's getting progressively better. You're in a very nice summer, but the fall and the winter are going to be so good. So good.
Well, I have a big challenge in front of me for the fall with the trial. And I have to testify in something horrendous. So
yeah, no, that's late September, early October.
It's in October, late October.
Late October. Okay, sorry. That's going to work out fine. It's actually going to work out much better than you think it is. And ask my friends, trials are my thing. I'm the justice girl and I'm always right. So you're going to be fine. And, God bless you, my dear. So let me know how you're doing. I have to go to Suzanne in Halifax right now. And you and I both have bonds to Nova Scotia. So, but let me know. I'm Perry Lyons, PERILYONS on Facebook. Use my personal page. Just let me know how you are. Okay?
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Angel. Thank you. Suzanne, I love that name. Such a glamorous name. Are you still there, baby?
I'm still here. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, my darling?
I'm good. Fine. Yes.
I love Halifax people. Although I don't think you're from there originally, but anyway.
No, we are from another area in Canada, but when we decided to move, hard to leave everybody, but we moved when my husband retired, and we're starting a new adventure.
Oh, that cool. Yeah. You moved from Ontario, right?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Damn, I'm good. Okay, my angel, tell me your birthday.
Wow. August 6th.
Love our Leos.
You need the.
And are you feeling? Are you feeling a little tied down by the? I mean, where you came from had kind of people. I mean, a lot of them. Halifax has very nice people, but maybe not that many of them, and maybe slightly. So, are you okay with that?
We're actually not. I just gave a general area. We're not right in Halifax.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we're more rural right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Are you okay with that? Because it feels like you might be feeling a little hemmed in.
I love our home,
Mm-hmm.
but it's I don't know. I am missing people. Yes.
Yeah. You might want to. What I'm going to suggest is either. I was going to say volunteer work, but you need something cultural. You're somebody with, and bless you for this. You're very cultured, so I would seek out whatever the local museums are, local theater, local ballet, stuff like that. And if that is not enough, maybe start your own thing. You might also be thinking about starting a nonprofit. There's you've got some sort of philanthropic vibe going on for me. PD, philanthropic vibe. I like your husband. Okay. How can I help you?
I like him too. Yeah.
I think so.
Yes. So this is probably perhaps strange, maybe not to you.
Let's consider who you're talking to, okay? Yes, all good.
Exactly. Well, I'm very intuitive myself.
Yes, you are.
Always have been all my life.
Yeah.
And
runs in the family. Yeah.
It does run in the family, very much so.
Okay.
But it seems like just myself. Things have been following me, I guess, wherever we have been throughout our life, my life. When I say things, well, as I said, I'm intuitive, so I'm not even, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Spirits, yes. And I think we may have every home we move to, it seems like we have something. So I do clear once in a while. I do know how to clear, but I think we have maybe a little bit of a something here in our home here that likes to play tricks. And I'm not sure. Perhaps I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
We bought some lamps, new lamps. And I'm not kidding you. This is every single day since we bought them, and they're not broken. There's nothing wrong with it. No wiring problems. One of them seems to always go like there's two levels of this lamp, and it seems like almost every night, every day, the thing will go on. I'm not kidding you. Like it's one of those.
No, I believe you. Yeah. Okay, two things going on here. I'm going to speed up because we have 2 minutes. So there's a show after mine. So let me tell you what's going on. First of all, when did your parents pass?
Oh.
Or one of your parents?
So one of they're both gone.
Yeah.
Both sides. Like both are my husband and myself. So my mother died in 1987.
Oh,
And my
God, I'm
father
sorry.
that's fine.
Just pass. Yeah.
And thank you. And my father, passed in 2022.
Yeah.
So just
my mom passed.
2021.
Uh,
Yeah.
So two things are happening. I'm going to talk very fast. One, your parents are trying to get in touch with you. Your dad's newer, but for some reason, it's their way of reaching out and saying hi. So it's not your mother. The thing that's been following you is not a bad thing. It's your mom trying to tell you that she's still there and looking out for you. Second thing is the land you're on. There is some like a female energy there that is a little confused. She hasn't passed completely into the light. I've got 60 seconds, so here's what I'm going to tell you to do. You're going to do is buy some benzoin, benzoin. It's a resin. Buy a charcoal burner to burn it in. Take it around your property and command anybody who is not supposed to be here to go into the light. It's that simple. You can do it. Let me tell you, tell me later what happens. Get in touch with me. Perry Lyons, PERILYONS, works every time. So let me know what happens. Bless you. We got 30 seconds. So I'm going to say that's benzoin. You can get it on Amazon, and you just have to tell them that they're dead and they have to go into the light. If they have any problem with that, just tell them that something really good is waiting on the other side, because it is. But so the first thing is your parents are just telling you they're there. Second thing is there is a female energy there. She needs to go into the light. It's really simple. Just tell her to do that and she will. Okay?
Okay.
Huge hug.
Thank you.
Let me know what happens. It's going to work. All right, sweetheart. Bye, everybody. I'm Perry Lyons. That color looks great on you. And I'll be here every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio. See you later.
television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Love Doctor Show with Deborah Lee. Deborah Lee. Live from PsychicLoveDoctor.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Love Doctor Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, everybody. I am Deborah Lee. I will be your psychic love doctor for approximately the next 30 minutes. I want to tell you that it's a pleasure to be here for the maiden voyage of the Psychic Love Doctor Show. Joining me, of course, is my, what do you prefer, Jim? Co-host?
Call me anything.
Jack of all trades.
Yep. Just don't call me any foul words.
All right. We'll save those for later.
But actually, I don't even care about those.
Jimbo's here.
Yep, roger that.
And he adds quite a bit to the show, which may seem debatable at the very start here.
Well,
anyway,
it is what it is.
Remind everyone who is listening, those of you who are new to our show, especially you, that we are using ordinary playing cards as the focal point for intuitive perception. This is a method my grandmother taught me well over 30 years ago. And she called it personal prophecy. Now, I've done a lot of research over the years. Prior to computers, it was a little challenging to try and get enough information. Yes, there are many different card reading methods using playing cards. However, what sets personal prophecy apart from the others, I believe, is that it is a very dynamic, literal, and life-changing system that can really help you guide your life from dark days to sunny days. And I mean in the sense of your own perspective on life. Okay, there's a lot of you that's going to come through in these cards. And I will be more than happy to admit I've actually seen miracles occur as a result of this method. I do not take any credit thing. Divine intervention has often witnessed in the cards. Now, it's important to remember that we are conducting tarot card readings. Often people misinterpret the method as tarot. Important to make that distinction. These are also not oracle cards. What we're going to do is use a layout of 24 cards, which is the same layout that I use with my audience, with my private clientele. And
it's an audience of one. That's it's all right.
And this way, it's the same format. Okay, we can do some fancy tricks, parlor tricks, other types of readings, but this is the one I stick to. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of therapeutic healing that comes through these cards. So it's going to be my honor to be able to share with you the legacy that my grandmother gave me. We're going to actually work a lot with the tools of choice and change. Now, you may not think that these two very different tools could actually be that vital to the success and happiness in your life. The alternative is, if you think about it, you're simply going haphazardly through life where you are not in command of your own choices and the changes you bring to your life. You are at the mercy of the choices and the changes that others make, which impact your life. So I know this might seem a lot to remember immediately, but you'll catch on as we do more shows. And the cards will illustrate how important viewpoint, emotional, I would say perspective is, the energy that you project, and of course, that all important element that is manifesting, as others call the law of attraction. These cards can be extremely well used in manifesting the lives we really want for ourselves. So now I will turn you over to Jimbo, and he's going to tell you how to have a fantastic phone call with us.
Yes, indeed, folks. Thank you for joining us tonight. I want to remind everybody that this show is for informational and educational purposes only. And I will let it be known, folks, for everybody that gets a hold of us, calls in for a reading. If you're international, we're going to give you a little international shout out. We kind of like to do that being here in North America on the East Coast, United States. We like to give international shout out. And we even do give Canada international love. Even though they share the same, and people that are in Alaska and Hawaii, even though they're United States, we kind of throw them a bonus, international-ish.
And Puerto Rico.
Little flip, Puerto Rico and lots of other places. Yes, indeed. Yes, folks, if you are listening and you want a reading, their numbers are available. The A1R Psychic Radio website's got great list of phone numbers. I checked it out myself. All the locales are covered. So please do call. Get your name in the queue. Get your number in the queue, I should say. Hey, I would like to say one thing and one thing only. There's going to be a point when you get your reading tonight when you shall hear this sound.
Hello.
You will hear it. I didn't lie to you. It's a harp sound if you didn't hear it anyway. You'll hear the sound of harps. It's our nice way of saying that we're wrapping up your reading. Don't want to yell and scream and throw tantrums. So we just want to say, hey, so it's not instantly shutting down, but it's wrapping up and we're going to let it end. But before you depart, I have an oracle deck in tonight's flavor because we have several one. This is Archangel's Michael. His Sword of Light Oracle deck. It's pretty cool, but I'm going to make it quickly. I'm going to have a single card ready for you, or if I'm daydreaming, I'll draw it right when Deb cues me. Sometimes I forget. And I'll give you a reading from Archangel Michael. And these are good cards, visual messages, everything. Sometimes he brings in another Archangel, so that's kind of cool. So.
All right. Well, I would like to add, before we jump in and start taking those phone calls from all of you, is that I was initially discovered by a scout from America Online. It wasn't AOL back in 1996. I believe I would simply go on, start a chat room, and get quite a following of these readings. Well, AOL offered me, those of you who are old to remember, AOL had a separate on its website called Astronet, and I work exclusively. Then came village.com, women.com, and bzones.com. These were syndicated agreements that I had with these various.
Interesting, because a website called women.com sounds very interesting to me.
Oh.
But apparently not for the same reason. I got you there. All right.
I just want you all to have a history. And as far as the track record, well, Jim will vote for me. They're really.
You shall find out yourself.
Yeah, they certainly will.
And I believe we should let Judy, who's calling us from St. Louis, Missouri, find out our first caller. Welcome to the show, Judy.
Hello, Judy. It's
Thank you so much. How are you guys? Oh, thank you so much.
We're a little nervous. It's our very first show.
Speak for yourself, Deb.
Hey, I'm enjoying it already.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're not your usual ooey type of psychic show. We try to keep everything very down to earth, a common man kind of thing. You know, others have lofty ideals, and hey, I'm not going to kick the shovel out of anybody's hand.
Right, and we'll be here each and every week at the same time.
Yeah.
But now this is Judy's time, so she should.
Yes, Judy.
We don't want to infringe on time.
Proceed. Tell us a little about you.
And what would you like to know or ask or find out?
You know what? I want to know what the spirits want me to know.
Hmm.
Okay, well, you got to throw some background because this is not gypsies with crystal balls. A little bit about, a tiny bit about your life might help that out.
Until such a future time that I've built a spiritual connection.
Yeah, if you become a regular caller, she'll know lots of things based on his reading. So
I don't even need your question. I'll already know.
I'm
go away here,
a
but yeah, go ahead.
mother. I have 4 adult children, and I have 6 wonderful, love of my life grandkids. I like my children. I just love my grandkids. So,
wonderful.
So,
and are you in a relationship or single grandma?
No, I'm married. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm laying the cards out for you right now. So give me a moment.
Yes, cards are going down.
They'll tell us.
Yeah, I know. You are watching us too, right? Is that correct?
I'm
Or you
not
were?
now because I'm on my cell phone, so I can't do both.
That's true. That's true. I keep forgetting that.
Maybe.
You know, a lot of folks, there's a lot of folks that, believe it or not, really don't. They have computers, but they don't use them as much because their phone does everything for them.
That's true.
Especially a good phone.
Exactly.
Yeah, a good phone.
Exactly.
Crappy phone, that's a whole different ballgame, but that's cool. All right. Anyway, you can't really see the cards going down, but you can see your hands move. It's a poker deck. You can go buy them like Hoyle or Bicycle. I don't know. Which one do you like best? The bicycles, right?
Bicycle.
She likes Bicycle. I think Hoyle and Bicycle, they're the same, but who am I? I'm not the reader here. They feel good in her hands. And, she doesn't play poker. She could because she's psychic. Just kidding.
Yeah, there you go.
Judy, you are quite a deep thinking young lady. You have.
You think?
I do. I also think that you've had many, many lifetimes. And sometime we can do a mediumship reading on your past lives. But you are in this life, and I feel there's a sense of an old soul quality about you. You may not even feel it as yet. It might take more time for you to realize the true capability and the impact of that your birth and your existence is going to have, particularly in the lives of your own children and their children. You have a couple of geniuses there in the mix of those grandchildren. Also, one that I think is going to have some issues as she gets older. That will be a good time for grandma with her grand.
How can I? Yes, I believe that one will have trouble. What can I do now to help her? She's only 8. I know who you're talking about. She's only 8. What can I do to help her now?
Now, I think is try to keep an open line of communication with her. You know what these children are. They can sense when somebody is trying to try. Give more of themselves than they want to. And she comes through as having a lot of secrecy herself. So just do what you can now. If she wants to play, like make believe, do things with her that will help to build a stronger bond with this child. Because when she's in her teen years, I would not be surprised if she might need some, say, counsel or therapy. Better than me. Does anything pertaining to, say, a chemical imbalance running your family's lineage or in her body, in your granddaughter's together? Because I think she's going to have characteristics that by then we should have some wonderful natural ways that we don't have to go knocking on big pharma's door for this girl. But in the meantime, make sure that she knows she can come and talk to grandma about anything. And she says we need to keep this secret. that involves some danger. And yeah, you will be instrumental in their life. I really feel that you are going to find that you have such a great capacity to care.
You know, you're breaking up and you're sounding like a robot. So I don't know if it's my phone or you. So I will listen to this and replay on here. But I think you just asked me a question and I didn't understand it.
Evidence. You know, back in the day, people just had their issues and, you know, they didn't often get the kind of care that they needed. I was saying that I feel that there will be natural alternatives for this particular granddaughter where she's going to be able to manage her emotions better. She's going to make really like positive choices in her life. It's important, I think, to install this in our kids when they're instill, I should say, in our children and grandchildren early before they fall into a bad crowd, before they, you know, start experimenting with very dangerous, what would you call it, like, things, you know, influences that are out there in the world. So I think you're going to be the grandma, super grandma, who is really going to be her confidant, her guide, and her mentor. So, and you wanted to know what Spirit had for you. I think what Spirit wants you most to know is that you have a great understanding of the inner workings of the human heart. There's such an amount of empathy in you that I feel a bit later on in your future, you're going to get involved in some humanitarian efforts that are going to enable you to really utilize the gifts that you have. All right, Mr. Jimbo and Judy, I hope this reading has been helpful. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to do a quick. Stand by, Judy. I'm going to do a quick thing here, real quick. Bum, 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 bum. Little. All right, folks, is our audio good? Judy, you still with us?
I'm with you, but I didn't quite get to hear everything, so I'm going to watch it on the replay so I can hear what you guys said.
How's the audio right now?
The audio now is great. With you, it's good, but with Deborah, it was not.
Yeah, okay, we'll figure that.
Sense.
Yep, I understand. All right, Deb.
Yeah.
Did you want to give her a quick little at the end?
Yes.
Real quick, hang on.
Judy, just want to say you have truly special cards. You're a special lady and you have quite a calling for your future. So when you listen to the replay, you'll get more details on that.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
And awesome.
Leave us yet.
Yeah, do not leave us, Judy, because I am drawing you an oracle card.
Okay.
Let's find out. Oh, there, she heard there. Yeah. All right. I did the harp sound. So yes, I did. I did do the harp sound. I did the sound of the harp.
There it is.
You guys are a riot. I love you guys.
I have an archangel Michael. Remember, I am the messenger. So if you don't like this card, you can't shoot me. But anyway, Archangel Michael doesn't give bad messages. He is the right hand man of God. He's not even a man. Archangels were never men, they say. But let's not get into that. Time's ticking. And Judy would like to know, her message is, Archangel Michael says, get your power back. And he says, you have forgotten who you are. You are a child of the divine. So take back your power.
You betcha.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for letting me be part of your first show.
Well, we appreciate having you and hope you will be a constant caller when you can.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, Judy was.
That's a great way to start out.
Yes, indeed. All right, we have we got like 5 minutes ish, but we can get April in San Diego.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Welcome. Yes.
Well, it's wonderful to have you with us.
So did you listen to the first reading?
What I could hear is some of the audio was coming in and out.
Well, we won't do that ever again.
We will fix that.
Yes, well, it is fixed now, but it doesn't do any good now. So
it's called technology.
Oh.
It is. And this is the first time we've done this type of show with Zoom, but we don't want to waste too much time.
Yep, we have to make yours a bit quickie.
A little quickie, but ask us what you would like to know from the cards and give it a little background.
Just like to probably future, what it holds for me.
Okay, and tell us just a quick little thing about your life, your current state. That'll help.
My current state, okay, is I'm a senior. I had a beautiful puppy for 18 years that I had to put to sleep about almost a year ago.
That's horrible.
Had a
horrible. Yep.
Yeah, but
dog owners, we've had.
Yes, and then just this past November, I had a total knee replacement, and I'm moving on.
I would like to ask you, and I was going to ask you, if you had a magic wand, we're going to do a tiny little bit of life coaching here.
Okay.
If you had a magic wand, what would you like to make appear in your future?
In my future, let's see, an abundance.
Yeah. Okay.
Abundance and a life partner, travel, and somewhere really sweet to live.
Well, I think that sounds wonderful. And I would join you in that because, or a bucket list at least, it's fantastic. Let's see what the cards have to say for you. Now, one thing I did not mention to everyone as I'm laying out April's cards, I did not mention that the cards are mainly focused on potential. The cards are not going to lead you astray into making choices and changes that simply would be damaging or negative for your life. They're going to always point you in the direction of what truly has the potential to become reality in your life. And that by having this pre-knowledge, you're able to create the reality you want through manifesting, through having faith and believing. Grandma used to say, she told me all the time, to dream is to believe. And if you believe something's possible, it's going to happen for you. Now, of course, that doesn't mean you're going to, be an ice skater in the ice capades or something like that. It's going to mean more about happiness, serenity, peace, joy, love. What I have for you is, oh my goodness, you are going to be such a lady on the go. And I'm going to go along here a little bit, say within 3 years. All right. I don't want to say it's going to happen tomorrow or next week or even by Christmas, but I just want you to know that you have a future where all of those aspects are going to be realized. One will be travel. And I feel that is going to really fulfill so much inside of you to get out there, see the world, meet people. Just come through in your cards as quite a people person, very social in the sense of creating great relationships with others. All right, I know, Jim, I got to kind of hear.
Yep, 2 minute warning.
Okay, so there is a partner coming for you. And oh my goodness, we are talking about a real love relationship here, like of the century. And I don't often get to say that. And all that you are wishing for also includes being married.
Holy guacamole.
So,
Holy guacamole is right.
We'll talk more next
That's
time.
a big deal, getting married.
Yeah, that is a
Isn't it?
big deal.
Of course. It is, yeah.
It's hard.
I am a master of understatement. All right. Yes, we are getting close to the 1 minute mark. So I would like to give
Yes.
your Archangel Michael card. And Michael says, the way forward is open. And his message is, you're not trapped. Possibilities and opportunities are abound. I will guide you to personal and spiritual freedom.
Now that's lovely.
What's from Michael, too? I'm just a messenger.
I also want to mention before we have to get off the air here is I am the author of a book that was published in England, and the book is called The Message, Your Secrets in the Cards. You can find it at just about every online bookseller, and it does contain lessons on how to learn this for yourself. So with that, Jim, is it adios time?
It is time to bid you farewell. We will be here, same bat channel, same bat time. Yes.
Everybody, it's a pleasure.
It is indeed. Thank you for joining us and suffering through our initial issues.
Yeah.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to Energy Intuition Transformation. I'm Sue Williams, and it's wonderful to have you here today. Before we begin, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone who watched and listened to my previous shows and sent such kind messages of support. It truly means the world to me. And I'd like to start this show with a card from the Messages from Your Animals Oracle deck. This is a beautiful deck created by my dear friend Dagmar, and you can find the link to purchase this particular deck on my website at holistic-health.au. And the card I drew today is called Message from the Past. And it shows a radiant angel riding a white horse. And it's such a powerful image. So beautiful. And the message is simple, but deeply moving. An animal from the past wants you to know that they are by your side. How beautiful is that? And for those of us who have loved and lost an animal companion, this is such a comforting reminder. Their energy never truly leaves us. And that leads perfectly into a story I'd love to share with you today. Now, I've recently been working with a beautiful equine client named Harley. And a big thank you to his owner, Amy, for inviting me to work with him. Now, Harley was showing some emotional and behavioural tension. In fact, at times he was quite aggressive towards his rider. Now, Amy wanted to know if energy healing and communication could help. So during my communication session with him, something quite special happened. I connected with an equine partner from Harley's past, a horse he'd once lived alongside, and his name was Elvis, which came to me quite out of the blue. I'll just show you a photo. I hope you can see it. This is beautiful Harley. Oh, we've disappeared. There we go. And he's an Appaloosa stock horse cross. And he's not that old. I think he's probably about 6 or 7 years old. But going back to the reading, the spirit connection brought a wave of calm and reassurance, not just to Harley, but to me as well. And Harley and Elvis had been paddock mates when they were both quite young. And they developed a very strong bond at that time, really best friends. Unfortunately, as happens, when both horses were old enough to be ridden, they were sold to different owners, and their parting caused a huge rift in Harley's life. From that time on, he carried that heartache and a frustration at not being able to share his feelings with anyone. And due to the unfairness of being separated from his friend, he often became angry and at times was aggressive towards Amy, even though none of that was through her doing. So during our session, I was able to connect Elvis and Harley and allow them to reunite in spirit. So we have no idea where Elvis is now, where he went, what he's doing, but just through source, through spirit, these beautiful horses were able to reconnect. And this gave them both freedom and release from the anger and resentment they had both carried for so long. Oh, it was such a gift to be able to witness the positive change in both beautiful beings. And since then, Amy has shared that Harley has been calmer, more focused, and even his performance has improved when she rides him. Now, this was a powerful reminder that when we quiet ourselves and connect intuitively, the animals, both here and beyond, are always willing to guide us. And that beautiful connection with Harley and his past mate was made through stillness, through meditation. And meditation is one of the most powerful tools that I use to open up the energetic and emotional space for animal communication. It helps me clear my mind, ground my energy, and tune into the subtle frequencies that animals use to communicate. And it's something you can begin practicing too. You don't need to be psychic. You don't need to hear words or see visions. Just be present, open, and willing to listen in a new way. Now, in previous shows, I have given you the steps for a very simple way to start meditating with your animal in a way that you can connect with them. So today I've prepared a mini meditation that will allow you to go even deeper and to help you reach out to your beloved animals. Now, before we begin, please ensure that if you are going to go along with the meditation with me, you are in a safe, quiet place where you won't be interrupted. And of course, you can go through this meditation with the replays of either the TV or the podcast. And certainly, if at this moment you are driving, working, or unable to give your full attention right now, I invite you to simply listen with your eyes open and revisit this meditation when you're able to be still and comfortable. Now, this short practice is designed to bring calm, clarity, and help deepen your connection, not only with yourself, but with your animal companions, both here and beyond. So if you would like to do the meditation with me, just gently close your eyes if it is safe to do so. Begin by taking a slow breath in through your nose and let it out softly through your mouth. Again, a long breath in and slowly exhale, letting the tension melt from your body. Feel your body settle. Feel the support of the surface beneath you. You are safe. You are supported. And as you continue to breathe slowly and naturally, bring your awareness to your heart space, the center of compassion, connection, and intuition. And with each breath, imagine a gentle glow of light building in your heart. For some, it may be golden. For others, blue like the lotus flower. Allow the color that comes to you naturally, because there is no wrong way of doing this. Now, picture an animal who is or has been close to your heart. This may be a current companion, or one who has passed, or even an animal you feel drawn to but have never met. See them in your mind's eye, or simply feel their presence. Imagine you're sitting together in a peaceful place, perhaps a garden, a meadow, or a quiet, starlit field. In this space, there is only stillness, safety, and love. Feel the energy between you, subtle, alive, and real. Allow your heart to speak without needing words. Perhaps they have a message for you, or perhaps they are simply here to share space. Trust whatever comes, even if it's just a feeling of warmth or knowing. Take a moment to simply be in their presence. Ah, so beautiful. Now gently imagine the soft scent of blue lotus in the air. Ancient, calming, opening your intuitive senses even further. Let its essence support your stillness like a bridge between worlds. Feel the bond between you and your animal deepen. Know that this space is always accessible anytime you return to stillness. Now begin to bring your awareness back to the room. Gently wiggle your fingers and toes. Let your next breath be a little deeper. And when you're ready, softly open your eyes and take a moment to honor the connection you have just experienced. If something came through, a message, an emotion, a memory, feel free to journal about it or simply hold it close. So thank you for taking this moment of stillness with me. And thank you to the animal souls, present and past, who walk beside us with such quiet grace. Trust that something is happening, even if it's subtle. Know that your bond is strengthening. And just a suggestion for you. One of the favourite ways to prepare myself for meditation, especially when I'm working with the animals, is to enjoy a cup of lotus tea, blue lotus tea. And my favourite is from an amazing Australian company called Blue Lotus Effect. The blue lotus flower has been used since ancient times to promote calm, relaxation and heart-opening clarity. And just look at the colour of this beautiful tea in my beautiful glass as well. But I would recommend that you at least give it a try. It's just amazing, and it will help you settle, become calm, and be in that perfect space for meditation. So if you would like to send me a photo via my website, holistic-health.au, I'd love to do a reading for your animal as well. And I look forward to connecting with you in my next show. So just send me that photo. I would love to present it on the show with your permission. So, beloved people, have a wonderful week. And I look forward to catching up with you again in a week's time. Goodbye for now and have a blessed week.
Dr. Nakisha Faye here, Mystic Mentor, High Realm Guide. Now, I was feeling into, I've got a bit of a shorter show today. And so if you were hoping to get a reading, my apologies in advance, but you can look me up on the socials anytime. Dr. Nikki, DR, and then Nikki, the way I spell it. So the NIIKEE, energy medicine. And so I'm always happy to have a chat if you would like to reach out or connect in that way. So what I thought would be really cool to do is to do a bit of a process with everybody. And so it's the type of process that helps us to anchor more light. And so when we anchor more light, we have that opportunity to connect with our inner wisdom, because our higher self is something that we always have. And what stops us from integrating our higher self and connecting to our higher self is a lot of untruths, is a lot of stories that we can carry that don't align with the fact that we are already our higher self, which is, all the things about, not being lovable and not being worthy, all the things that we all have. We've all come into this earth with these imprints through ancestry. Some of it's collective as well. A lot of these faulty programs are actually collective blankets. And, the benefit of us doing the work and helping to untangle ourselves from those false programs is that it allows the program to not have such a hold, not just on us, but the entire collective, because we are a collective frequency as well. And so, when we come to do this deeper inner work, it benefits not only us, but it actually benefits the whole collective. We can sit and think, oh, I'm only one person. What difference can I make? The difference we can make is massive, because we are a ripple effect. Because we're all made of energy, we're all a ripple effect any moment of the day based on how we're feeling. And so you can't trick energy either. So we can't pretend that we're feeling okay and our energy will be all chirpy. You can't trick energy. And we are always sending out signals to the world around us, reflecting how we're feeling on the inside. And so doing really simple, light-based practices, allowing us to clear ourselves of faulty programs and, old stories of untruth that we can be carrying around, gives us that opportunity to expand, become lighter, through holding more light in place of the old darkness or the old shadows that used to be there. And then from there, connect with our higher self, because we have the opportunity to integrate more of our divine self, that which already is. And, that's why I love this work so much, is that it's coming back to remember the truth of who we are as divine light beings. And we've all just come here to have this human experience. And so I'm going to leave you with one of my favorite practices, which first is a grounding, because when we're grounded and calm, our energy naturally is more open to receiving. And then we'll do some light work, but we'll see what comes through from there. So if you're safe to do so, closing down your eyes and taking that opportunity to arrive here in the moment, just noticing yourself seated on your seat, noticing the rise and fall of your torso with the breath. So if you can slow down the breath just as much as is comfortable, maybe you can draw it a little deeper. And as you allow yourself to play with that longer, deeper, but gentle, steady breath, You might start to feel a softening. And if you can connect in with that, it sometimes feels like a gentle sinking feeling. This is the energy of the earth. The frequency of the earth is this gentle downward drawing motion. And now if you take your awareness for a moment down into the earth beneath you, just allowing yourself to connect in with that as best you can. And as you feel that beautiful earth beneath you, noticing how that feels for you in this moment. Knowing there's no right or wrong answers, how does that sensation of earth beneath you feel for you right now? You might be able to connect in with the energy of stillness. Maybe that foundational energy, that energy of stability. And as you breathe into those energies, see if you can start to breathe them up into your energy. This nourishing, supportive energy of our great Earth Mother. So as you continue to breathe into that, noticing if there is any resistances, and can you simply let go? Allow the earth to hold you just for these few minutes. As you breathe into that, imagining that beautiful supportive energy now weaving up through your energy, knowing that you are held, knowing that you are always supported. Our great Earth Mother is always there for us no matter what. She provides everything we need. The oxygen that we breathe, the food for our nourishment, shelter, friend, family, pets, all the things come from the great earth. And can you soften a little more? Feeling the safety in that. So as you continue to breathe into that, knowing the earth is holding you, I invite you now to bring your awareness up to your beautiful heart space. As you gently breathe in and out through the center of your chest, you might imagine you're breathing in through the front and out through the back, and breathing back in through the back and out through the front. Just gently feeling that movement of energy. You might imagine a spinning vortex through the middle of your chest, just gently starting to turn. And it's just creating a little bit more flow in the energy of that space. This is often the space where we hold and shut down. Knowing the beautiful earth's holding you. And as you continue to breathe in and out through your beautiful heart, taking yourself right into the very center now of your heart and seeing if you can find a light. Might be way off in the distance. And as you see that light, bringing it forward, just breathing into it. This is your light, the beautiful light that exists within all things. This light is unlimited and it doesn't need any effort. It only needs to be remembered for it to come into presence. Now, as you breathe into that, inviting it into the now, imagining your beautiful light getting brighter and more vibrant as you allow it to be. As you continue to breathe into your beautiful light, knowing that it doesn't need effort because it already is. And if you are having any trouble with this or you've enjoyed this, I recommend doing it every day just for a couple of minutes. We'll start to attune your frequency to be that more as its regular state of being. It's been my honor and pleasure to serve.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Ascend with ME with Melinda and Espy. Live from ascendwithme.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ascend with Emmy on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to Ascend with Me. I'm Melinda Kushner.
And I'm Espy Gonzalez.
Welcome to our show. Thank you so much. We are here to share with you some wonderful experiences, life that has happened to us, happened to others. We are both spiritual mediums.
That's right.
We have a lot of knowledge that we'd love to share, things that we don't normally talk about in the real world, but we're here to talk to you. We're here to talk to you about death. We're here to talk to you about dying, how you die, why you choose the life that you choose.
Right, about self-forgiveness, grief, healing. It's going to be raw. We're going to just talk about everything.
Everything. Yeah. You know, we're here to talk. A lot of people don't want to use the word suicide, but we're here to talk to you about that. Why people choose to, and yes, I do believe you choose what we do in our lives here, what we do in our spirit world, because why you have mediums isn't just to have readings.
Right.
Why you have mediums is to heal both worlds, the spirit world and our world. So with that thought process, I think that we'd like to start
on grief,
on talking about grief and how grief affects each one of us.
Right, because there's so many forms of grief.
There are.
Just one of them that I can come off the top of my head. I know it's losing a loved one, but also moving. For me, it was such a big deal when we moved in 2020 during COVID. And I grieved over my home because that home is where my children were born, where they grew up. And it was just, something special for me. So when we moved out of there, I couldn't go back to the house. I couldn't see it without the furniture. I couldn't see it without the pictures hung on the walls. It was just really, really hard for me. And the way I coped with it is I just didn't want to see it.
Right. I actually do a lot of work with parents that have lost children, and I don't think that there's anything more difficult than having to bury your child. Children shouldn't die before their parents, but yet there's so many thousands of people that are dealing with that grief, that understanding. Why me? There's so many different emotions that happen. There's a lot of people that are angry. You're angry with, if you believe in God, you're angry with God. You're angry with the people around you. The people around you don't know how to respond to you, and they tend to pull away. They don't want to be around.
Exactly it. Like when something like that happens, I believe that people, they even stop talking to you because they don't know how to talk to you. They don't understand the grief that you're going through. And, and it's very hard. And we both believe that grief doesn't go away.
It doesn't. But you know what? We can teach you. Mm-hmm. We can teach you that deep inside of you, within your depths of your soul, we can teach you how to begin the grieving process, to understand grieving, how you're going to heal, and what you can do on the other side of that grief. It hurts. Grief cracks you open, and you are changed for the rest of your life. We handle things differently. We understand things differently. Sometimes we become more compassionate, and sometimes become really angry. But it's up to us. It's up to our choices in life as to what we want to do with this grief. How do we want to handle grief? Right. Do we want to be sad for the rest of our lives? I don't think so. Do we want to have a greater understanding? I hope so. I hope that we do. Do we not want to be angry? That anger can eat you up. It can eat you up every day of your life. It can stop you from moving forward. It can create different emotions inside of you that were emotions that you never expected. And that's why we're here. We're here to help you through this grief.
And I just want to talk about also, I know, grieving here on earth, and when we connect to the spirit world, to their loved ones, I believe that they do not see it the way we see it here.
Correct.
Right?
Absolutely.
And it's just, I feel privileged to be able to connect with your loved ones and feel them and understand what they're going through. And just to let you guys, just a little brief thing, because I have so many things that I want to say about it, but they're okay. Life goes on. And that's one of the biggest messages when somebody on the other side connects with us, is that there is life after death. It doesn't end. And unfortunately for us who are left here, it's hard for us to understand all of that. But that's why we're here.
Absolutely. When you go into the spirit world, there are different levels that we go into. I personally do not believe in hell.
Neither do
If I had to put what hell is, I would say it's earth and what we live now. And really, hell to me is just actually learning our lessons. So when we cross into the spirit world, there are different levels of the spirit world, and those are things that we'll get into and get a greater understanding.
Another episode.
Another episode, not today. Way in depth.
Yeah.
But we have people when they come back through to talk to their loved ones that are here, you want to know the most things that they talk about is appreciation. Appreciation for what you've done for them, what you've given to them.
They're sorry.
What they're sorry, they're grateful, there's so many things that they want to be able to share with you. The thank yous, the beautiful side. Yes. And all of that is proving that life is continuous and love is continuous. We talk about, people will talk about reincarnation, if you reincarnate, where are they? Where do they go? Those, again, are other things we'll talk about in other episodes.
And again, I just want to say, for me, these are just our opinions. It's not fact. Because for some people, they don't believe that. And that's okay. That's perfectly okay, because everybody can believe whatever they want to believe. But whatever we talk about here is because of what we've experienced, what we received through meditation, what the spirit world has shown us. And we just want to share that with everybody.
Absolutely. And with that being said, I don't know if we've been having a couple, I've seen some messages pop up. I'm not sure if you had anyone that wanted to call to talk, because we are, if you have any questions at all, we definitely would love to chat with you if you'd like to call in.
Oh, there it is, Erica.
Perfect. Perfect. Do we have Erica on the line?
Hello.
Hi, Erica.
Hi.
Hi, Erica.
Hi.
This is Melinda and
SB. Hi.
Thank you for calling in. How are
Hi,
you?
nice to meet you. I'm okay.
Nice to meet you.
I'm
What's your question?
I'm transitioning, attempting to create a new life and just stop these patterns of being abused constantly. It's difficult for me to stay focused and high vibration when it's like I'm constantly being put down by someone. And, it's like I leave one relationship and I came back to my father's, and then he's very abusive. And then I'm like starting from zero because my ex-boyfriend didn't let me work, was very possessive and controlling. And now I'm just trying to get back on my feet. And yeah.
Right. So Erica, what is your question? Are you looking for an avenue to turn to? What are you looking for?
Well, I'd just like to know, like, when will things turn around? Like, will I be able to get back on my feet soon?
Okay. So Erica, just so you know, we're not here to do mediumship readings or psychic readings, to be honest with you. However, I'm more than happy to say to you that honestly, Erica, until you actually, maybe go to some grief counseling, maybe go to some counseling to understand where you are so you can understand and center yourself within your soul, is when you'll be able to start moving forward. Sometimes when we keep putting ourselves into the same positions over and over again, you got to look back on your childhood. It's time maybe to look at, so you spoke about your father was abusive. Maybe the other people in your life are very similar to your father, and maybe you keep following that same pattern. Maybe it's something that you need to change the pattern so that you don't keep these same types of people in your life. The change isn't overnight, Erica.
Right. And just real quick, Erica, are you planning to move?
I would like to, but I was out of work for a while, so now I really just need to get income again.
And like Melinda says, like, we're not here to give readings right now. We just, want to talk about grief, and totally understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
No,
don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
Yes.
It is.
Okay.
It absolutely 100% is. But we want to be able to talk to help people move forward, not necessarily do readings. We actually do readings, but we do them through our own website. But we won't do them on the radio. My apologies. But I will say to you, Erica, I know that you're going to move forward, but you need to be a participant in your own growth. You should look within yourself and recognize you can change these things.
And it's okay to get help as well.
Absolutely, it's okay to get help. I hope that's helped you, Erica.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you for listening in. We probably could maybe have time for one more quick call if anybody else would like to join in.
Have any questions on grief or about healing? Because there's so much to talk about grief. And I think we have somebody here. Let's see here. Sorry, technology. Oh, not a time. Okay, so we don't have enough time for another caller.
That's okay.
So I just wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping, so where you can reach us and watch us and see what our next episode is going to be. And just look at our social media. You can find us on TikTok, and that is ascend.with.m.e. And then also our Instagram handle is ascendwith.me. Our Facebook is just Ascend, and you can ask any questions there. You can follow us there, and let us know what you guys want to talk about as well. Like I said, half hour went by super fast.
Half hour went by very fast, but we did have technical problems. I'm old, so for me being able to do this technology stuff, just I have a hard enough time with my phone. So
right.
Thank you. Please, again, send us anything that you have to send us. We're more than happy to answer any questions that we can.
Again, we do private readings, and you can reach us on our email as well. And our email is it is ascendwithmeca@gmail.com.
Thank you. And we decided we wanted to say something wonderful, and now we can't
Until next time, heal and ascend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where summer finally showed up. It deigned to make an appearance. Today, the temperature hit 82. It has been in the 50s for the last few days, believe it or not. That global cooling is such a problem. Like they said in the 70s, the global cooling was going to be the problem, and I didn't believe them, but I guess they were right. So, today it's summer. Summertime finally made it. And my creative juices are flowing. I've added some changes to my website, the one Mojo Brothers Books, mojoacademy.org, and I'm going to be releasing some new products. And I finally tweaked, I told you about this last week, I gave you a preview. I finally tweaked my new shaving soap for the 5% of men who shave this way. I mean, come here, look at this thing. That is a beauty. That is a beauty. It is thicker than before. It's clear. It's crystal clear, and it gives great foam. There's no artificial foaming agents. A lot of these things use bentonite of clay, which is it's not necessary. It's all in the shaving brush that'll do that. So if you're interested in that, just drop down to mojoacademy.org and see what's cooking on that page for the Mojo Brothers shaving soap. I like it. I like it an awful lot. And that's the only reason I made it, was so that I would have a soap that I like, because I don't like soaps that are filled with scent. This has no specific scent to it. I don't like shaving soaps that are expensive because they don't need to be. So I was selling the previous version for $6.99, but this one is so much easier to make that I'm charging $4.99 for it, because there's no problem at all doing it. So $4.99 is about. That's what you should pay for a shaving soap. And this comes in a nice little tin. And I think if you like shaving soaps, I think you'll like this one. So anyway, that is the non-occult portion of the program. It's sort of like the alchemy in me, the alchemist. I just like making things in the lab, which of course in this case is my kitchen. But I make incense, I make oils, and this is just a natural outgrowth of that. So it's good to be back. What is it now? 3 weeks in a row, maybe a month? I'm shocked. I can't believe that I'm doing this. But the doctors have really patched me up well today. I mean, I spoke to some of them today, because I see doctors every other day practically. And that's not an exaggeration. And they sure are. They're making me feel like Lazarus. I mean, they brought me back from the dead, and here I am, so that I can spend time with you every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. That's how I tell time now. I'm so hooked on that from this show that if somebody stopped me in the street and said, "Okay, excuse me, do you have the time?" I look at my watch and I'll say, "Oh, it's 3:30, 2:30 Central, and just 1:30 Mountain and 12:30 Eastern, Western." So that's what I'm used to. But those are habits, right? We can change those things. What do I have that's new aside from soap? Which is, I'm going to be releasing another book shortly. I'm working on that again. It's an old book again. That's what I like doing, is finding old neglected books. And I'm talking about the early 20th century magical books, occult books, which I then restore and release them. I've been shipping out things. I've shipped out some of my my talking boards, the custom-made talking boards. But if you like Ouija boards, although I can't call them that because that's a trade name, so I use the generic term talking board. Go over to no, Mojo. That's at the books thing, mojoacademy.org, and take a look at the thing for making a custom Ouija board, talking board. Remember, I don't want to be sued by Parker Brothers, but it's well, what would they get from me, right? I can make a talking board with any image on it that you want, anything you supply. If there's something there of somebody you want to remember who has passed away and you want to use the board to contact them, I'll put them on a board for you, 8.5 by 11 laminated with a planchette. So check that out. That's just one of the things. I'm mentioning this because I like making things, in case you haven't noticed. I just enjoy making things. Like, let's see, I have one here, something that I do. This is something I've talked about. This is the ritual timing calculator. It's a device that esoteric workers can use to find the right time, day, hour, everything to do a magical ritual. It saves you a lot of calculations. It's an easy thing to use, comes with a chart and instructions, and you can do your magic work at the most propitious time. So, we're all shuffled up now. I don't want to spend too much time talking because the longer I stay away from the show, the more I babble when I get back. And I think I did a healthy amount of babbling for the last few weeks. So I'd like to get right to the callers as soon as we can. I'm waiting to see if there's somebody ready to get thrown to the lions first. But in any case, if you want to know more about what I do and what I can do for you, you can always contact me, first of all, at Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT at earthlink.net. You can go to my main site, which is magic, MAGICK-works.com. There's over 100 pages there with fascinating things there. There's books there. There's articles there. There's things to download. There's movies. There's free stuff all over the place. I think you'll enjoy it. And I've gotten a lot of fine compliments on that website, and it's one of the things I enjoy doing. And sometimes I look there and I'll see that maybe it'll have had maybe 3 visitors that day, which, that's not a lot, but I see that they went to like 35 pages, because that's the name of the game, is to get people to stay at your site, right? That's what they call sticky stuff. But I do it not to keep you there, but I do it because I find it interesting. And if I find it interesting, I'm hoping that you too will find it interesting. So let's see, what else is there? We're coming. We had fireworks here in New York today. Boy, that was wonderful. I was wondering what that was about. They were blowing fireworks over Central Park in order to celebrate what? A concert. New York Philharmonic in Central Park. Or is that just to scare the muggers away, that they blow those fireworks up at the end of the show, just to make the place light so that nobody will hit you over the head and take your Chablis and run away with it. But, New York's a very interesting town. I've lived here all my life, and when I traveled, I've met New Yorkers wherever I go. When I meet people who aren't New Yorkers, they ask me the strangest questions. Like, one year I was camping. Believe it or not, I used to go hiking and camping along what is that trail? The Appalachian Trail. And I stopped in Pittsfield, Massachusetts one time with some people, and the locals there were very friendly, but they kept asking, "Oh, you're from New York? You know Larry?" Well, there may be one Larry in your town, but in this one, there's a few million probably. I'm trying to think how many Larrys I've known in my life, and it goes from Larry, a union lawyer I went to grade school with, to Larry David, to all kinds of people. There was a Larry who once accused me of being a crook, and boy, did that aggravate me. And well, I took care of that. New York is a very suspicious town. I once entered a wine store with a very baggy coat, and I was looking around. When I left, they accused me of sticking something into the coat and stealing it. And they demanded that I let them search me. And of course, I said, "Sure, you can search me, but what will I get if you are wrong?" And they wouldn't do it, So they finally called a policeman over, and the policeman said, that I had every right to refuse it. And I said, I'm not refusing it. I'm just saying, if they're wrong, what will they give me? I want something for my time and effort, and they just threw me out. Well, of course, I didn't steal anything, but, that's, that's very strange. I was once thrown out of a restaurant because the woman I was with was insane and doing weird stuff. And then they threw us right out. And when we were outside, a half a block away, the guy came chasing us and said, "You didn't pay." And I said, "Why should we pay? You threw us out." There you go. They called the cops, of course, and the police said he's right. If you threw him out, he doesn't have to pay you. So there you go. Those are my interesting stories of the past. If you are interested at all in even a glimmer about my life and my past, go over to magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and click the blog there. Click my blog. Click on that and take a look at the new blog post I've got up there. It's called My Life Story, which you'll see is a pun, but you'll notice that when you see it. And it's an interesting little story, something that happened, something amusing that happened, something embarrassing that happened to my parents. You might find it, you might get a chuckle or two out of that. So here we are. We're back now. It's summer, and I've got the cards all shuffled. I'm ready to go. Let's go right to the first call. That would be Diamond in Houston, Texas. Hi, Diamond in Houston. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good.
Well, maybe I can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I don't know. To be honest, I just would like an overall.
Okay, well, let me shuffle the cards and see what they tell me, okay? And you tell me if I'm talking through my hat, which is right over there. I don't have it on me right now.
Okay.
Well, this is an interesting card. I don't get this very often. It's the Hanged Man. That's a person who will sacrifice something to get something better. And are you that kind of person who will make sacrifices to get something better down the road?
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. The Ace of Cups tells me that emotion is very important in your life. There are things that are the court cards and the suits of cards there are cups, swords, coins, and wands, and each one has a specific realm of life that it covers. And the Ace of Cups tells me that something new may be coming into your life in terms of emotional and happiness, and sometimes that indicates new romance, or if you're in a relationship with somebody, it'll reach a new level. Is that something you're looking for, something you're hoping for?
Yes.
Okay, good, because according to this card, which is the Six of Rods, that's a card of success. So you're going to get that. Now, here's another one. Now, this is very good. This is the Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups will go together here because swords are mental activity. Intellectually, you're growing, you're changing. This is a new beginning for you in the way you see the world. The way you see life is changing and growing. And that is also adding to the emotional factors in your life that are growing. So I think that is going to be very good for you. Now, let me ask you this. Might be a difficult question. Have you had something very sad happen to you lately?
I wouldn't say very sad, but I took a major loss as far as moving. I moved, and while in the process of moving, I became homeless, even though I wasn't homeless. If that makes sense.
Well, because I see that
yeah.
there was something that was very sad. Something very might not be the word, but truly sad. Something sad happened to you and that upset you. Okay, that's the Nine of Swords there. But let me tell you what's coming next, which is this card, which is a card about fulfillment and getting things and emotional well-being. That's the Ace of Cups again, but grown. The person there is nice and plump and smiling, because the person in this card has the things that she wants in life and is enjoying it and knows how to enjoy the good things in life, and good things are coming to that person. So I think that this period of sadness represented by the Nine of Swords is going to be ending for you. Okay?
Huh?
Now, I get the feeling from this card here, the Two of Swords, that things are kind of stuck for you. They're not moving one way or the other. Is that what's happening with you right now?
Kinda. Yeah.
Well, that won't last because what again I've got here is the Queen of Cups. See, there's a lot of cups here. So you're doing well emotionally. The Queen of Cups shows me that emotionally you're in charge of what of your life, and there's relating to the story about moving. This card is about a happy home and enjoyment and fulfillment. So I think things are working out for you. Things they may not look it now, but what I'm seeing in these cards is that things are going to be getting better for you shortly. Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything else you want to look at?
I want to look at like me having a child.
Having a house?
A child.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what this card is about. This Four of Rods, about a happy home and a family and all. Oh, that's there. That's what that is. Yes. So if that's the reason for some sadness, I see that coming to an end. There's definitely that is in your future. Let me just shuffle this up and cut them and see what we get. How's that?
Okay.
Okay, here's the Wheel of Fortune. That means that things are going to be changing in your life. Strength shows that you're going to have the strength to deal with this stuff. Four of Swords means that you'd probably benefit from a bit of a break, But the Two of Cups is about the appearance of romance and a new relationship, like I said, or a new level in a relationship. So yes, this is the second time we've gotten confirmation in that way. So yeah, this is going to work out well for you. Okay, I think from these cards that the bad time is over. How's that?
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye bye now. It's funny how these cards can do that. And how many years have I been doing this? Gosh, my first glimmer of tarot was in the 70s. I write about that at magic-works.com. I met a guy named Earl Scott, who, if you look him up at the Internet Broadway database, you will find that he has the single most is wrong, unique. There's no such thing as most unique. There's unique and not unique. He has he has a unique, why do I need qualifiers for that? He has a unique listing in all of the Broadway theater over at the Internet Broadway database. I won't tell you what it is, but he's the first person I ever saw reading cards. Okay. Take a look at the website, magic-works.com, and see the page about how I got into tarot, or just look up Earl Scott. But I have a picture of him there and I tell the story there. So I miss the guy. He was an eccentric. New York was riddled with eccentrics in the 70s. And, it almost reminds me of the New York that's portrayed in the 50s in Next Stop Greenwich Village. Kayla in Virginia is next. Hi, Kayla. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
Just general.
Okay, I'll cut the deck and see what we get. Well, this is an interesting card, the Ten of Rods. That's a warning not to be overburdened. Are you working hard or harder than you want to, or are you feeling overburdened?
My father passed away, so I've been dealing with that.
Yeah, well, that'll weigh you down, that's for sure. That was a very difficult time with your father, was it?
Yeah.
Because I've got a card here that's interesting in regards to what you said. This is the Ten of Swords. I'm sorry, the Ten of Swords. And that is, it looks ugly, but it's not. It means that the worst has happened. Life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you survived, and you're still going strong. So that's a good sign. So that says that you're going to be okay. All right, that's the main thing.
Okay.
Now, lest I forget to mention this to you, I will light a candle at after the show to send positive energy to your father's spirit. How's that?
Thank you.
My pleasure. And let's see, what else do we have here? So yeah, that was a very hard time for you, is what I'm seeing here. And well, health and healing and growth and happiness, that's the sun. So you're on your way to feeling a lot better. You're moving to a better place in your life, not necessarily literally getting a new place to live in, but you're taking yourself from where the kind of person you are to what you want to be. That's that's the important thing. That's the Six of Swords, and the Empress. Empress. I'm sorry. It's the. I got to get new glasses. The High, or at least wear the ones I've got. The High Priestess is there, which tells me that you're a person with great spiritual power and belief. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's excellent. Now, you're going to like this card. It's the single most positive card in the deck. If anything bad had been here, this would get rid of it. This is the Fool, it's called. And the Romani people believe that that means the beloved of God. That means you have great spiritual protection. That's why you're the High Priestess. You have spiritual protection. You can take power from the spiritual realm and use it here. So that doesn't mean that life is going to be all peaches and cream, because we always have problems. That's the nature of life. But you're going to be able to handle them well, get through them, and come out just fine, okay?
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to look at?
No, I just needed the general guidance.
Well, here's another card that's similar to the Six of Swords. Here, this is the Eight of Cups. It's a person walking away from things in life that do not work for her and going to something that does. And that's where I see you headed, is things that you don't care for in your life, you're going to do something about it, okay?
Yes, sir.
I mean, a lot of us say we are, but I see you doing it. So
absolutely.
I will include you also with a candle so that we can send positive energy your way. How is that?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling in. Bye-bye now. And let's just shuffle them up. Okay, we're coming up to the half-hour mark, which we usually get to around this point, meaning about a half hour into the show, I guess. But I mean, after a couple of calls. But usually we get there faster because I babble. Oh, I babble at the beginning of the show because I get lonely for you guys. I miss you. I miss you all when I'm away. I've said it before. I'll say it again. That could sum up my life. That's why I don't get invited to parties. The last year I missed most of the shows. If not, I only did 15 shows out of 52 weeks. I knew I was sick, but it didn't dawn on me until my physician called and told me I better get to the ER instantly because I was dying. I mean, a blood test showed that I was dying. There are no two ways about that. And I ran into on the street today. I ran into one of my doctors. I ran into him a week or two ago too. But I have an appointment I go to 5 city blocks from here, and I walked it the first time before they treated me. I wanted to see what kind of condition I was in, and it took me a half an hour to go 5 blocks, which was like 6 minutes a block. Now it takes me no time. It's just a quick walk, you know. Now I'm walking at the good old speed of about 4 miles an hour, the average strolling speed. I can go faster than that. I'm stronger. I just carried a 15-pound package up 4 flights of stairs without any problem. And when before I could barely carry me up the stairs. So they're working on me. If any of you are wondering if old Reverend Elliot is about to hand in his dinner pail, not anytime soon. Now, of course, that would be an interesting thing to say, well, you know, the last words he said on Ask One Radio were not anytime soon. And then, pow, you know, but no. I don't like this famous last words department, you know, that kind of thing. I'm not superstitious, which, of course, somebody always says just before they recite some kind of idiotic superstition. But why tempt fate, right? Of course, you can't outrun your fate. I think what I'll do, I think I will put up, maybe, I have it at my Twitter feed. Maybe I'll put it on the website. There's that wonderful moment in a movie called Targets, which is not a very cheerful movie. It was Peter Bogdanovich's first actual movie. And it was written by the great Samuel Fuller without credit, which is why he names his character in the movie, Bogdanovich, he names the character Sammy, who's a movie director. But Boris Karloff is in it. It's the last movie of substance that Boris Karloff did. And notably, it's one of the few movies he did where he showed his actual skin color, which was quite dark. They always lightened him up for the movies, and people would meet him and be surprised, and he would joke about it and say, yeah, too much time in the sun, I need to get back to work. But there's one take of him telling the story about the appointment in Samara, which is bone-chilling. And I think I'll put that at my webpage at magic-works.com. What do you think? Should I do that? Let me know. You can contact me at asktarot@earthlink.net. But I will definitely, think about that anyway, right? But that the whole point. Whenever I hear some people talk about I'm gonna take hold of my destiny and take care of my own fate, you can't do that. You never know what life has in store for you. And I gave up planning years ago. I threw the oars overboard in my 20s, and I saw too many people who were ambitious. And they missed so many opportunities because they were focused on something else that they never attained. Never, ever, ever, ever did. Some of them did and killed themselves. That's the other shocking thing I learned in life. So I knew many people who would say to me, I just want to be rich and famous. And I would say, well, you might want to rethink that, because that just means you're going to have a lot of money and everybody's going to know who you are, but you're still going to be the same you. It's not going to change you, really. And of course, they killed themselves, more than I can count, and it's very depressing to even consider. So why did I even bring that up? Right? Because we can't outrun our fate. If you think you're going to avoid death, you can postpone it. That's why my favorite thing in the news is say, like, don't eat fried foods. It increases your risk of dying. Pal, the risk of dying is 100%. For all of us. So let's not get carried away with that risk of dying stuff. Anyway, that's the big news shock for tonight, right? That, like the senator said, we're all going to die. Boy, she get in trouble for saying that. I suppose saying to an audience we're all going to die is not really an answer when they want to discuss healthcare with you, but there you go, right? Let's go to the next reading, because you see, I'm babbling again. Chris in Kansas City, Missouri is next. Hi, Chris, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. It is Chris again, and so
Hi.
this will be my third time communicating with you, and it was 2 weeks ago again, and we had a good reading and everything, and I even re-listened to it today.
I did a reading for you by email too, didn't I?
Yes, that was my first reach out, because I had found you guys on Spotify, and you on Spotify first, and you were so kind, and it was just a reconfirmation of that one. But then, I told you I'm having, actually things have transpired since then. So I need to be out by the 10th of where I was staying with this family. And for whatever reason, the few people that I was able to reach out to that could offer even rides, offered or found people to help me start moving. I was able to secure a storage unit, all that stuff. I've got all my things ready to go, but nowhere to go just yet. And I'm not kidding you. I've been waiting on this call tonight. And I had a new casino that I had downloaded, and I got I think it was like $20 worth of free bonus whatevers. And I am literally up to almost $900 when the phone rang for you.
There you go.
So but also I'm just I'm still in, I want to trust that I've been assured that I am supposed to sit this one out. I've done all that I can do, but I'm there's a time everything is going to fall up by the 10th anyways with the court stuff. But anyways, I don't know where we're going yet. And it's so hard to find a room for rent. I want to just find out if we're going to secure like a place that I can stay until my mom's probate estate stuff finalizes for my inheritance.
Okay.
So that I'm hoping that, and I reached out to a buyer that had I have two things of extreme value, but so much that it had overwhelmed me to try
Okay.
until now.
There are some cards here that I just got, which are very good. First is the Eight of Rods. That's about something that's in the works that's almost coming. It's almost here. Okay, so what you're waiting for is around the corner, so to speak. The Tower struck by lightning is here, which means your situation can change almost instantly. I mean, there's going to be
always. That's nothing new.
Yeah, and here and now the question is, will it change for the better? And the answer is yes, because I had this card earlier for somebody. It's the Four of Rods. That's about a happiness and a home and security, and that's all there. So that's those cards fit exactly to what you're saying. So what I guess it's hard to be patient, especially when you have to be passive about something and just wait for it to happen. But from what I remember, you're doing everything you can, right?
Right, absolutely.
So you can't
but
beat
I'm
yourself
still
up over
relying on the powers that be because I have no actual earthbound support left, or
Yeah.
the people that I've always loved. I lost, and then the people.
Well,
that
that's
at
going
the
to be
end,
changing
I
from
grew to
what I
love.
see.
I need. Right. I just.
What I
and
see
that
in
was
these cards is that
heartbreaking
that's
because
going to
I
be
felt like
changing.
they didn't want. I don't want to lose them, but I don't want to lose. It's me and my puppy, and he knew and has known something's up, and I can just tell how sad he is, and I'm trying to reassure
they
him
know.
no matter what, this is never going to happen again, and we're going to be so happy. But again, I have no clue where we're going. I just know that I'm going to be out of here because it's not going to be their burden anymore, and I know that it's going to work out.
I can't give you specifics. I can't give you specifics, but I can give you this a guidance like this. This is a card that I've had before for people today, which is it shows that you're moving from rough waters to calm waters. That's the first image on the card, so that's good. It means that you're taking action to fix your situation and get what you want. So you can't really ask for more than that right now. The only thing you can do is stress over maybes and might be's, and then know that's easier said than done.
I know,
but
and
don't do that.
That's who I am by nature. I've always been a worrier. So to try to be anything else when I lost my physical abilities to help myself, and then my well-being, my ability to take care of my well-being and shelter and things like that has been my biggest fear, and then it's happening again. But also, I know it. No matter what, it's all going to come together. But I also am like, how do I not just I'm spinning in my own head of just sadness. I think more than anything of loss again.
This is the Hanged Man. That's a card that I rarely get, but this is now the second time
I got it last week, but I know what it means because it's not bad. It just means that I have a smile on my face while I'm spinning upside down in my reality, while others.
It's about enduring suffering also. But the thing is, everyone does this. I see when you turn this card upside down, the person's dancing. So it's a good sign that you're going to work through this. Okay, I'm seeing. Here you go again. I had this card for you once before. Justice, right? I had that card.
Yes, that's where we're at right now. Justice, judgment, and the wheel of fortune and strength.
There you go. So you're going to get that justice. It's going to happen. I mean,
and that's on several levels right now, and it's all coming in the next 3 weeks.
I can only advise you to try to de-stress, try to use some meditation, relax. But
I wish I could meditate, but I'm sitting outside right now. I decided to paint my toenails for the first time, and
when in the world did anybody tell somebody to calm down and it worked, right? So you know what I mean.
Right.
So,
I heard you say that earlier when I was listening to you give someone else a reading. Yeah, no, I get it, and no one extraordinary in this world ever did anything ordinary. I get all those things, and I also know that I was built too strong, but not. My favorite quote is from Batman Returns or whatever, and he says, "You're not the hero that they deserve or the one they ask for, but you're the one that they need because you can endure." And
Well, here
although
is.
I go by Wonder Woman, but I believe that, like, I was
I
built
want you to consider
to
these
house.
cards. I want you to
Okay.
consider these cards. It's the Two of Swords and
Okay.
and the Ten of Coins. And I'll tell you how they go together in your case. The Two of Swords means nothing's happening now. The Two of Swords means things are at a standstill. The Ten of Coins is a happy home, lineage, parents,
Okay.
grandparents, ancestors, grandchildren come, it's everything. Everything you want, everything a person wants is in the Ten of Coins, including money and family and a home. But it's just not happening right now. So it's freaking you out, So the best thing you
Oh,
can
of
do
course, because
is
I've
keep that
lost
in mind.
everything a year ago, only to what
I
little
know,
I had
I
left,
know.
just my security and safety right now. Like I'm in, and what people that while I was trying to get out of my mother's, the people that I literally gave things of extreme value because I couldn't just sell it and no one would have given me money. I gave it to people that needed it, but they still found ways to somehow take more from me in ways that it was so cruel. And then the things that I've been through that I just trying to finalize my probation, and the lady I did over 55 hours of community service with exploited at least 30 of those hours to clean her nasty daughter's house, and now I'm facing false charges in court.
Things are
And she
looking
won't
up for
verify
you.
my stuff.
Things are still looking up. Nevertheless, you've got the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism, followed by the Ten of Cups. And the Ten of Cups, again, is another one about a happy home and a good family life and all the wonderful things that people need societally. So, I mean, I can't tell you not to dwell on this, because how could you not? I mean, I've been there before, too. I've been in big trouble, and you can't let it go at times. But I'm seeing good things coming your way. That's all I can tell you. The Temperance card is here. Didn't I have that for you once before? Temperance?
No, but it's a card that just shows that I've never had patience, but I've got to learn it or I'm going to fail.
And it's also about balance being restored in your life. Right now, there's no balance in your life, and that's what you need, and that's what's coming. You're going to get it. You'll get the balance. So, please hang in there, okay? I
am checking out if it was ever an option. It's never been during this time, especially. Like, why would I endure all of that I have and lost all that I knew and loved, only to still be here? And it was heartbreaking, but also I'm still here.
And I'm not a big fan of people who say everything is happening for a reason. The universe hates me would be one reason, but no, I don't. I'm not into that. That's one of the worst things you can tell somebody going through trouble, is that you're going through this for a reason and you're going to come out a better person. No, you might be going for no damn reason at all. And the fact that you learn from it and come out better isn't worth it. But I'll make sure I keep some candles going for you. And keep in touch, okay? You have my email in case you don't get through here again, and we'll talk again, all right?
Brainstorming. I've been brainstorming things I want to talk to you about, but in the right where I can formulate actual full thoughts and sentences.
Okay, do that. So just send me whatever you want, as long as you want, okay? Make it an attachment if you want, whatever, okay?
I also want to send you some stuff, like the crystal powder and things that I've been making.
Well, later on we'll get to that, okay?
Absolutely. And I appreciate you, again, what you are, who you are, what your words and what you've done just personally for me, but I know what you do for everyone that you communicate with, because it's important, and
thank you for your
vital
kind words.
to people like me.
I'll hear from you again, I'm sure. Take care now, okay? Okay, now that's Chris in Kansas City. By the way, Chris with a K, K-R-I-S. I could tell you a story about a person I met named Chris like that. Not like this person, just with the name like that. Boy, this was a weird one. An actor friend of mine and I were going to a very famous little celebrity hangout type bar here in New York City, and this woman named Chris had just blown into New York City and attached herself to us. She'd never been in New York before, and she wanted to go someplace where famous people were, and we brought her there just on a lark, And there at the bar was the actor William Hurt. And she said, "Oh, I loved him. Oh, I loved him." I don't even remember the name of the movie. Was it the? No, I can't remember. It was about. It was one of those yuppie things about a bunch of guys who get together and they cook dinner, you know. But and she said he was so wonderful in that. He was such a wonderful person, and I want to go talk to him. And I warned her. I said, "Don't do that. Don't. If you're going to talk to him as the actor William Hurt. You know, The Big Chill. That's the one she saw him in, and she said she loved him based on the character. And I said, no, don't approach him that way. Approach him as a human being whose work you liked." And she said, "Okay, I'll do that. It's good advice." And she went right over to the bar and said, "I loved you in The Big Chill. You were such a warm and caring, you know." And the guy started screaming at her. And I walked over to her to try to get her out of that one. And he looked at me and he screamed words I'll never forget before he started strangling me. William Hurt. He screamed out the words, "John Hurd, I'm going to kill you," which I thought was kind of amusing because I never thought that I looked like the actor John Hurd, although at the time I had been going out with one of his ex-girlfriends who, when we met, she slapped me because she thought I was him. This is a wonderful guy, right? I mean, this is New York. I don't know why people want to come here, but that's what happened. So he started strangling me, and I brought my arms up like that, and I knocked his hands away from my throat, something I'd seen in countless movies and was dying to try one day. But I wasn't particularly willing to be strangled in order to test it out. And I said, look at me. I am not John Hurd. Just stop that. You know, and that's life in the big city, right? Cassia in Saskatchewan is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, did I get your name right?
Cassia, yep.
Good. What can I look at for you tonight?
So what can I ask?
Whatever you want.
Is there anybody coming through? Because I recently lost my mama who raised me.
Oh, that's terrible. Let me see what I can do. There's a series of cards that I get when somebody asks me to do that. You know, obviously the death card and, oh goodness, look, see, the death card. So, and over the years, I used to say to people, if I had a video camera on me, you could see and you'd believe these cards. But then I realized people are just going to say you know card tricks, which I don't. But yeah, so there's the death card. So now here's the High Priestess card. That is a card that about seeing behind the veil. And that's what you want to do, is to pierce the veil between this world and the next one. We're on very good territory here. This card I almost always get for afterlife readings. It's the Nine of Swords. Great sadness. You know, that goes without saying, wouldn't you think? Then here's now this is the interesting one, is the Ten of Swords. Did she have a very difficult time at the end?
Well, she couldn't really talk.
Because
she was in a coma.
Well, this is a card about somebody really suffering terribly, and then the suffering is over. So that's why I asked that. And this, that the message here, well, I get that a lot for these readings. And the beginning of that message is, the meaning of that message is that I'm beginning to get better. The spirit is beginning to heal. Here's the Page of Cups, and that is the card about emotion, the appearance of emotions. Emotionally, the spirit is growing because there was great sadness on both ends there. And this is, and then I'll explain why this is happening. And here's the Ten of Cups, which is a card of happiness and joy and growth. I always get that when I do these readings. They start out really very sad and they end up happy, because the message from the person on the other side of the veil is, I know you're sad, but I'm doing well. Now, I understand that they know that you're going to be sad and you can't just suddenly be happy. but they want you to know that that they're not suffering. That's what the Ten of Swords is. And there's emotional growth. Here's the Ace of Cups too. This person is growing now. The spirit is growing emotionally and is evolving. So that's the message that I'm getting for you. How's that?
That's really good.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Also wanted to. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I also wanted to ask, like, for some guidance because one of my closest friends during this hard time just stopped, is giving me a hard time now, and so is her family. It's really hard because I'm dating her cousin.
Whoa.
And I know that how much I've been through, yet they still treat me.
Well, yeah.
They aren't treating me the best.
I've been there, that's for sure. Well, what I'm seeing here is this: is this a new relationship?
Well, we started talking in November.
Okay, so what I've got here is the Two of Cups. That signifies, in this case, it would be your relationship is going to reach a new level. You know, it'll reach another level. There's indications of marriage here in these cards, by the way, with the Hierophant, which is the religious authority. I can only tell you, like, here is the Fool card, which I rarely get, but I got once before tonight, which is that you have spiritual protection. You're a very spiritual person. Something spiritual, an entity is watching out for you, taking care of you. So I don't think they're going to be able to hurt you in any way. It's just annoying, as I'm sure I don't have to tell you. But I'm seeing here the Sun, health and healing and growth and happiness. I think you'll get through this fine. You'll work out a way of dealing with it. Okay?
Yeah. So right now, I feel really like I know who I am because I did go through a hard time. And now I feel like I know myself spiritually and that I can, like, put my head up high.
Well, that's good. That's good. And for what it's worth, I see money in your future, by the way. I have the Page of Coins and the Ten of Coins, which they're very good cards in terms of money coming your way. So you're going to be doing very well financially, is what I see. You're going to end up having to deal with the emotional roller coaster they're putting you through, but I see that you can handle it. Okay?
Yeah. Today it was like super hard and I really wanted to like scream and cry. Then I talked to my cousin and she guided me through because she'd been through the same things, and I just thought and I knew that I'm better than that.
Yeah, well, sometimes we just have to go into
enough.
a room alone and scream and cry. You know, that's you know what I mean. It can get to us. I think that, let me see. You know, I'm just seeing. Yeah, you're feeling stuck because of this, but the Star is here, which is a card of optimism and hope, which tells me that it's going to get better. Now, that's probably that the situation itself may not get better, but you're going to make it better for you by handling it the way that works for you. You know, that's the best thing to do. That's how I see it.
So, like, is there a card to read, like, how this person's going to do? Like, how is their actions going to get, like, karma?
Or
are they already, like...
Well, let's see. Yeah, well, this is the Tower Struck by Lightning, or the Tower of God. This is about a sudden drastic change coming into somebody's life that upends everything and changes whatever they do. So yeah, that sounds like karma to me. What do you think?
Yeah.
I got to run. I'm up against the end of the show here. The clock has sabotaged me again, so I've got to run. I got to wind it up. But I'm always here, and I'm always available online at asktarot@earthlink.net. You can check out my website. This goes for everybody listening. Magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com, and there's a contact form there. So that's another way to find me. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry to have to cut you off, but they're going to cut me off. So bye-bye now. And that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot Shoots His Mouth Off for an hour. And hey, I'm still having fun. I've only been doing this for 11 years, not counting last year where I barely did it. But yeah, I'd do this. I would do this several times a week if I could. But I think you'd probably end up being sick of me. That's for sure. So let me just tell you that again, the everything about me and what I do you can find at mojoacademy.org. Those are books and records and videos and shaving soap. And you can find me, the general magic site is magic-works.com. That's my big site, magic-works.com, with like over 100 pages there of interesting content. At least I find it interesting anyway, so that's why I put it there for you to find it interesting. And please be sure to tool around there. And now, one of the things that a lot of people don't know, because they assume this is just a plain old website, I actually set my websites up to be blogs. So they're unlike a regular website in one way. You can leave comments at each page. If you have something that you want to say about the page, leave a comment. You'll see the link down at the bottom of the page, or to the side. There's always a way. Yeah, I set them up deliberately, the websites, as blogs for two reasons. One, so that I could facilitate getting comments. And two, that's the only thing I knew how to set up at the time. That's, I'd say it's 98% that too, but I've more than welcome commentary. Well, I've got to run now. I'm down to less than a minute, so let's just remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift to the universe. Now ponder that, because you can make yourself, you can fashion yourself, you can make yourself into what you think you're meant to be. You can be a self-made person in that regard. I mean, I like I was saying earlier, I threw my ambition overboard long ago, and I found success in things that so many people were so mad at me for finding success at that I haven't heard from them since. I mean, I spent a few years as a ridiculously overpaid screenwriter, and I spent a few years, 20 years, running a newspaper. I mean, none of that stuff I ever set out to do, and yet there are people who scream about how they wish they could be screenwriters. Well, I don't know about that. So anyway, until next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, this is Reverend Elliot saying goodbye now. See you then.
Welcome to Energy, Intuition and Transformation. I'm Sue Williams, and I welcome you all to my show, and I would like to thank those who reached out to me after my previous show, which was my first online, and congratulating me, just saying that the topics I had were very interesting, but I really appreciate the support. And I hope to bring you more interesting topics as the days go by. So today I would like to speak about something that is really dear to my heart, which is animal communication and using my energy skills to help animals if they're unwell, if they just need some emotional support. It's something that I've really found a calling for in past years. And I do find it sad when people are brought up to think of animals just as perhaps objects. They are sentient beings. They have emotions, feelings, needs and wants, the same as we do. And if you can just use your intuition, I'm sure that so many of our viewers and listeners